farm inquiry. Yesterday, we began our consideration of noise matters, and we'll hope to conclude with that today. I think I heard the sound checks going on earlier, so I think, Mr. Grosvenor, I heard you, but I seem to have lost. Mr. Thompson, are you there?
Yes,
Yes, you are. Sorry, it's because it came up saying the applicant, so I didn't see your name, but that's fine. So assuming everyone can hear me, I won't repeat all the procedural announcements I made at the start of the inquiry regarding COVID restrictions and webcasting and so forth, but if people want to see them, then they are available on the webcast for the 24th of May. Before we make a start on the main proceedings for today, are there any procedural matters anybody wishes to raise at this stage? Good. Then if I could turn to you then, Mr. Grosvenor, to your next witness, please.
Thank you. I'm obviously the first witness today. We're hoping to get through 6, I believe, so we've got quite a lot to do today, so we'll try and keep it fairly succinct and see where we go. The first witness is Professor Mariana Alves Pereiras, who's with us. Mariana hasn't got a camera, so she'll only be on audio today, but if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, good morning to all of you. I apologize profusely for the lack of camera. It conked out about a week ago and I still haven't had it fixed, so I apologize for that.
Can I just ask you to go to your precognition?
Yes.
Paragraph 1.1.
Okay.
Have you got that available, sir?
Yes.
Yes, I do, yes.
You're fine, okay. So would you like to just read out your first paragraph 1.1, please? Okay,
so my scientific credentials have already been put forth to this planning inquiry. So that's SC2, the CV, and SC4, the publications list. Having read the report submitted by Hayes McKenzie, consultants in acoustics, as prepared by acoustician Mr. Mike Craven, I would like to provide the reporters of this inquiry with insight on the issue of infrasound generated by industrial wind turbines and its potential health effects.
That's fine. Could you go straight to paragraph 1.2, please?
Right. So professional acousticians are limited to and bound by the methodological requirements of guidelines, such as the ETSU R97 in the UK, or the DIN 45680 in Germany, or the RGR 9 2007 in Portugal, and all nations, among all other in all nations. As scientists, however, my colleagues and I are not constrained by government-endorsed guidelines. Instead, we abide by and adhere to the axioms of the scientific method and its corollary, evidence-based medicine.
Can I just quickly ask you just to comment on your funding, Professor Pereira?
Our funding? What funding? There is no funding for a lot of this that we do. Most immediate expenses are often covered by the people affected by wind turbines. There is no government grants for this area. There is no European grants. There are no international grants. The Gates Foundation couldn't care less. So there is no money. And as I'm sorry to extend, but again, there's no money for this. The funding is very limited.
Can I take you to, again, paragraph 1.3?
Yes. Would you like me to read it?
Yes, if you'd just like to go through that, please.
Okay, so it is understood that the purpose of firms who consult in the area of acoustics must abide by the methodological constraints imposed by government guidelines, and consequently are precluded from conducting any investigative or exploratory work not covered by, in this particular case that we're discussing, ETSU R97.
And I believe you're going to go into that in some detail. So if we can move on to paragraph 1.4, please.
Okay, it will be shown that many of the assertions made in the Hayes McKenzie report are outdated, and much of the scientific evidence that has come to light over the past few years no longer supports certain positions defended in the HMR. I must add that the positions defended in this report are, of course, imposed by ETSU. So it's yeah.
So again, section 2, you go into that in a bit more detail, then, don't you? The actual constraints LA 90 measurements. So if you just want to go into that, please.
Well, do you want me to read each paragraph, or would I? Do you want?
Well,
me to...
what I'd like you to do for 2.1 is just explain on the basis of the paragraph, please.
Okay, so to explain paragraph 2.1, I would really appreciate it if you could look at that list of figures that I joined with my precognition that I believe was accepted.
Yes, would you like to go to the first one then? That's figure 4.
Yes, the first one. This is very fundamental even to later talk about the German report. If you can see, there is 2 red lines, right, that go vertically up and down. And so this is the DBA. This is what ETSU, whenever you have a value that has an A in it, like the LA 90 measure, but there are many others, it means that all the measurements were subjected to this DBA filtering system. And what does that mean? So going back to the figure, the blue line indicates what the filter does. So the vertical red lines that are going up and down, they match with 800 hertz and 7,000 hertz. If you go back up and you go to the left and you see that those 2 lines match the 0, what does this all mean? It means that if you're using the DBA and if you are measuring between 800 hertz and 7,000 hertz, the difference between what you're measuring and what's actually there is 0. That's what this blue section, the section of the blue line, that it occurs between 800 hertz and 7,000 hertz. When you're measuring with DBA in that frequency range only, what you measure is what's actually there. Okay, so that's what the DBA does. Why is this implemented in all over the legislation, all over the world? Because we're trying to protect the hearing. Hence, we focus on the 800 to 7,000 hertz range where we hear very well and where we need to protect hearing. And that's why with the DBA, when you measure in that frequency range, what you're measuring and what's actually there is 0. You're actually measuring what's there. Now, if you go to the second figure, it's the same DBA, the same blue line. Now here, where we want to find out what the difference is when we're measuring at 10 hertz. 10 hertz is already below the audibility threshold of humans. It's considered infrasound. As you can see, it's not 0, it's 70. It means that when you're measuring infrasound at 10 hertz with this DBA filtering system, you're actually measuring 70 dBs less than what is actually present in the environment. It is no longer 0. At 10 hertz with the DBA, you're measuring 70 dBs less than what's actually there. As a physicist, this is called a measurement error. And I would, for laypersons, I would propose that you transpose this to the speedometer of your car. And imagine that your car is measuring 70 kilometers per hour, 70 miles per hour off of what you're actually going, of what your actual speed is. So of course you would have to repair that speedometer. So this, I think, is now clear why the DBA metric is entirely inappropriate to measure infrasound. So any study that comes up and they say that they're measuring infrasound and they use the DBA metric, for me, is a scientifically invalid study, and I pay no mind to it. It can be said, oh, well, we're measuring in DBAs so that we can assess the audibility of infrasound. So this, as a scientist, it's an oxymoron. By definition, infrasound is not audible, by definition. So to measure the audibility of infrasound, opens up a whole can of worms that is very odd. So anyway, I just wanted to make it very clear why when ETSU or the DIN or the RGR in Portugal demand that measurements be made in dBA, it means that all these measurements are subjected to this blue line filtering system. And therefore, when you get measurements at 10 hertz in dBAs, then you'd have to add 70 dBs to actually find out what's really there. So this is one of the constraints that ETSU imposes on professional acousticians. They cannot measure without the dBA and present results without the dBA because that's what ETSU requires. Should I proceed, or is that sufficient? I don't know if Mr. Hall understood all the nuances here.
I did understand that. I think Mr. Grosvenor is on mute.
Oh, there we go.
Yes, I am. Sorry about that. Yes, can you just go to the top of page 2, because there's an important statement that you make there regarding not just the dBA measurements, but the way the dBA's measurements are applied.
Right. Okay. So after the measurements are done in dBA, so that the data is acquired through this filtering system, on top of that, ETSU and others require that we look at the number of a 10-minute average. So on top of adulterating all the values with this A thing, then we take all these values and we stick it into a 10-minute average. So all the values that were measured in 10-minute segments, for each 10 minutes, you get one value, which is the average of all of it. Which again, if you want to quantify what is actually there, how much is there, this is certainly not the way to go about it.
And you explain that in a little bit more detail just in paragraph 2.2, don't you?
Right. So the measurements that are taken without any filtering system, they're called dB linear as opposed to dBAs. So what our team does is, apart from measuring only in dB linears, from which you can extract the dBA values later, but besides only measuring in dB linear, we do not take these 10-minute averages. In fact, what we do is we look at each second. So we have, for 10 minutes, we have 600 points of data, because we have 1 point for each second. So this is an entire, again, I mentioned this in the precognition. It's like the professional acousticians are forced to use a magnifying glass, and we are free to use a microscope. And so, again, I think it's very clear if you have a 10-minute average, or if you have a second by second, 600 points of data for this 10-minute segment, it's an entirely different picture that this scientific data can paint of the environment.
Okay, can you move on to paragraph 3, the German study, which is
Right.
document CD 10.4?
Right. So
I think we touched on that yesterday, but would you like to just explain paragraph 3.1 in just broad terms?
yes. So
we need to refer to CD. We need to refer to SC24 as well, the RO white paper.
Well, I was just going to, summarize again that, again, as the UK acoustic professionals are limited by the ETSU, the German acoustic professionals are limited by the DIN guideline. So again, the study that is so spoken about, this German study, where they make these terrible claims that, oh, there's no difference between the infrasound produced by wind turbines and the infrasound in the environment. That's just not true. I'm so sorry, that's just not true. And yet I understand why they say this, because the methodologies that they use, that's the data they get. They're using the magnifying glass. They're using the magnifying glass to say that there are no viruses. And we're using the microscope and saying there are viruses. So many of the claims, as was set out in the Yarrow review of the German study, many of these complaints or these statements that they make is just they're just not true, and yet they're supported by the data they gather, of course, because they're just gathering, a little bit on the top. They're not going full depth in. Now that we've understood that DBA blue line, thing, if I could ask you to open, which was it? It's the SC24, I think, our review of the German study.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Just to show you one figure that is not on the figures of the list that I mentioned that I sent to you. It's figure 9 on page 15 of SC24. So let me know when you're all there so I can point out something else. Figure 9 on page 15 of SC24.
Yes, I've got that now.
Okay, so you see, remember the 0? You see where the 0 is? Here in this G weighting procedure, so this is not the A weighting, it's the G weighting. So the 0, you only get a 0 point in 2 locations. So if we're using the G weighting system, you're actually only measuring in 2 specific frequencies what is actually there. Everything else that is measured with this G weighting system has an error in measurement. As you can see, the red lines, one goes to 10 hertz and one goes, I think it's to 31 hertz. With the G weighting system, which is not the A, you only get de facto measurements of what's there at 2 points. It's not even like the DBA where you get a range from 800 to 7,000 where you're actually measuring. Using the G, you only have 2 exact points, 10 hertz and 31 hertz. So again, I'm the scientist. I'm not the professional acoustician who has to submit my work to unscientific guidelines. But the G weighting system is what the German study used, and other studies also use this G. And again, I don't know, as a scientist, I don't understand to this day, and I've had many discussions with many acousticians, professional and in the field for a very, very long time. And this G is just insane as a scientist. Now, I understand there are other reasons why this came into play, but this is an example. So when the German study comes with the G weighted measurements, which, as you can see, only correctly measures at 2 distinct points across the frequency spectrum, and then they claim that, oh, there's no difference between, I've often, I have often wanted to ask people who claim that there is no difference between wind turbine infrasound and natural infrasound. I would like them to tell me, please, give me a natural phenomenon on planet Earth that exhibits itself as a steady 1 cycle per second pulse, steady, varies with wind a little bit. What natural phenomenon on planet Earth does this? Even if you go into urban environments where you do have an enormous amount of low frequency noise and infrasound, if you do not have wind turbines in the vicinity, you will not get a 1 cycle per second or pulse per second phenomenon that can exist continuously. It's not, oop, it's there and now it's gone. No, It exists, can exist continuously. So you do get infrasound and low frequency noise in urban environments, but that have a different character than the infrasound and low frequency noise that you get off of wind turbines. So you see, this German study, again, I have to believe that these professional acousticians are saying these things and making these statements because their hands are tied. They cannot, under the guidelines of DIN and ETSU, go and do other things. They'd be fired from their companies if they did, because they're not following the guidelines that are set out by the government. So that's hence this German study. That's why, and we're doing Yarrow is currently undertaking a critique of the Finnish study, which I have no words for the Finnish study. It's quite astounding what the Finnish study came up with, but that's not the German study. So I would just like that the reporters of this inquiry understand why the German study is also not up to par with what is known to date scientifically about the infrasound that's generated by wind turbines.
Could I just ask a quick question? I haven't come across DBG before. Is that effectively, clearly it's a slightly different measure from DBA, but is it the, if you like, the German equivalent of the way that DBA is used in the UK? The German government uses DBG in the same way.
Well, the DBG, as I understand it, was developed in Poland first. So it came out of Poland, and it was supposed to be a measure of health effects caused by infrasound. That was the theoretical basis for this DBG. It has since been adopted by Denmark and Germany, and I'm sure other countries. But again, its usefulness is, you did actually make a good comparison that the G is as useful as the DBA. So yes, but again, it's something that's been spreading around mostly in the Northern European countries.
Would you like to go to paragraph 3 and you refer to figure 11 on page 17, and then you refer to the other figures within the local Royal, Bertha and Charlotte Farm reports? Do you want to look at those?
Yes. So if we could look at SC24 figure 6, which is the third figure in that list of figures that I sent. And it's a graph with like gray bars and red bars. And I should actually do this for the DBG. That should be interesting to do as well. But this compares the measurements taken with the DBA weighting system with measurements taken without any weighting system, so the linear measurements. And the red bars, as you can see, is what the DBA measures. But the gray bars show what is actually there. And again, it's astounding how, legislation would require you to only look at the red bars, but what's actually there is all the gray stuff. Again, this is, there's not a conspiracy theory here, okay? This is the reason why we're using the DBAs has historical reasons, comes from the development of the telephone, comes from the early industry trying to protect human hearing. That's why we focus on DBA. Clearly today, it is insufficient. It wasn't only today, back in the 70s, it was already recognized that this DBA measure was insufficient, but yet we continue with it. So that's what this figure was supposed to show, just how minute a portion of the acoustic environment the DBA actually reflects. So, okay, now today with modern equipment, which is not designed to feed in to parameters demanded by legislation. So it's a scientific equipment, is something that actually is designed to measure what is there in the environment. So we've been measuring infrasound, low frequency noise, and audible noise with this new equipment. Why is this so great? Because we are not limited to the 1/3 octave bands. We are not limited to the 10-minute averages. So what you're seeing in the next figure, which is the figure 11 of SC24, and it's on page 17, but it's the next figure in this sequence, you're seeing the measurement of the acoustic environment next to the ocean. So I took these measurements personally. Microphones were placed in the sand at 1 o'clock in the morning in Denmark in December. So there's absolutely nobody around, no cars. I mean, it's 1 o'clock in the morning in December. And what you see in this picture are these triangular things going up. And this is the swishing sound. Although all of this that you see, all this colorful stuff that you see here in figure 11, the sonogram, is non-audible, all of it. If you were at the beach at this moment, what you would actually hear is all the black stuff above the colorful stuff. You wouldn't hear anything. You'd hear a small swishing sound, if anything. So I needed to show this so that the reporters could understand what a natural environment really looks like. Okay, this is one. It's on the ocean in December at 1 o'clock in the morning in Denmark. Now, the next picture you can see is from inside. The microphone is inside the master bedroom of a home in the vicinity of wind turbines. And here, what you see in all the other pictures in Charlottesville and Further and Dock Royal, you'll see these horizontal lines crossing, very straight lines crossing the whole entire image. Now, you can see that in this figure. So what is this? Figure 2 of SC24, which is on page 9. And then if you scroll down, you can see the same sort of figure. This in this case is Dock Royal. See the horizontal lines going through. Again, if you continue to scroll down, in this case, I think it's Further. No, it's Charlottesville. The straight lines going straight through. And oops, sorry, that was Further. I'm sorry, figure 5. So SC38, figure 5, that's Further. And you can see the straight, very straight, distinctive lines going through. You don't see this in the ocean. The ocean does not present itself acoustically to humans as straight lines through the sonogram. In fact, if you scroll down one more, you see the same master bedroom that the first image showed you the straight lines. In this case, the wind turbines were stopped. And so there are no straight lines going through this sonogram. It's an extraordinary finding. And while it's being, minimized because, all of this is below the hearing threshold of humans. If you go back up, for example, to the one that says figure 5, which is SC38, just above the one that doesn't have lines, you can see that each straight line corresponds to a specific frequency. So again, on figure 5, the lower one is 1 hertz. The strong, very strong, straight yellow line is exactly at 1 hertz. And, and other lines above indicate where. What does this mean? This means that there is a continuous sound. I hate to call it sound because it's not audible at 1 hertz. It's not audible by humans, but there's a continuous acoustic phenomenon that is present in these homes where these straight lines are being picked up. Now, so what? So what? So how do you know these lines are from wind turbines? And that is the beautiful, as a scientist, I'm speaking as a scientist, the beautiful part of it. The manufacturer of wind turbines has a specification called blade pass frequency. And it is the frequency at which the blade passes in front of the tower. These are specific numbers.
Oh, I think we've lost Professor Alves Pereira, have we?
Didn't sound that something happened, didn't it? I think she's back now, is she?
Professor Alves Pereira, can you hear us? Oh dear. Well, let's wait a minute and see if she can reconnect. I don't know if anybody, Ms. Crosswaite or anybody, can get in touch with Professor Alves Pereira and.
Yes, I'm in touch with her, and she realizes that she's been disconnected, and she's trying to do something about it.
I
Right,
think
fine.
I'm back. Am I back? Hello?
Yes.
Hello? Okay,
Yes.
I'm so sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
That's it. Well, that's okay. So I think where the last thing I had, you were just starting to explain about the specifications that manufacturers publish for their blades.
So manufacturers publish a thing called blade pass frequency. And the blade pass frequency, it varies from model to model of wind turbine manufacturer. And it speaks to the frequency at which the blades can pass in front of the tower, or at which the wind turbine is designed for the wind blades to pass in front of the tower. It's called the blade pass frequency. So most of the wind turbine, or I think all of the wind turbines around Dock Royal, Further, and Shallock Well are or have a blade pass frequency of 1 hertz. Hence, you can see in all the sonograms with the lines running straight through them, there's a line specifically at 1 hertz. This is how we can mathematically correlate what we see acoustically in these bedrooms or rooms inside the homes with the specific wind turbines. So there is no doubt whatsoever. And, you know, again, if we go a little further down, so I am now on page 5 of my figures, and I am referring to figure 3 in SC24. And what you're seeing is a graph with a lot of little peaks, and they have these red dots on top of the peaks, and there's an arrow, a red arrow. So these peaks correspond exactly to those horizontal lines that you see in the sonogram. Collectively, these peaks are identified as a wind turbine acoustic signature. So every machine that humans produce has an acoustic signature. Cars, airplanes. In fact, the acoustic signature, the individual and very distinct acoustic signature of cars is what people say pets hear. So the pets know that you're arriving even before you arrived, because they know the acoustic signature of your car. Everything has an acoustic signature. And this is an example of an acoustic signature from wind turbines. Now, the bottom one, so the second picture on page 5, the second figure, you can see the Dock Royal wind turbine acoustic signature that was picked up there. So what do we do with this? Again, all of this is below 16 hertz. It's below the human perception threshold. So what do we do with this? There are no numbers. We don't have any nice little tables coming out of the WHO or you know, the HPA saying, okay, well, if you have these are the permissible exposure levels. We have no such things. If you scroll down again, you'll see, and so this would be the last page of my figures, and it's figure 9 in SC38. yet another wind turbine acoustic signature. So, and notice how high these peaks go over what is called background. So moving right along to the last figure, we have an insight into our methodology. So what we did is we valued these prominences. The last figure that you're seeing in my list of figures is the green line indicates the background noise, and those blue arrows indicate how high the acoustic energy is above background within the wind turbine acoustic signature. So again, all of this that you can see in this last figure, it's all below 5 hertz. This is not perceived by the human ear as sound, as we classically perceive sound. Now, why did we go and study this? Because in one of our studies, we found, so I'm sure you're well aware by now, that when we have the equipment measuring, and of course it measures for a week or a month at a time, we have the residents of the home where the measurements are being conducted, we have them keep a log as to what they were feeling. Did they sleep well? Did they not? And in this particular case, we found that on the night that the resident was compelled to take medication, that night, the wind turbine signature was very, very prominent. In another night, where the couple actually overslept, which is, not usual for them, throughout that whole morning, there was 0 wind turbine signatures present in their room. So this it's a baby step. We are advancing with leaps and bounds, because now we are collecting all this data from many, many different locations, many different countries in the world, both with the SAM acoustic measuring system and with the residence logs. So we're collecting all this data, and we are starting to make statistic in correlations with the common Spearman coefficient. We are starting to make correlations between when people feel headaches and what the blades, for example, are doing, when people are very disturbed from their sleep, and what is actually there in terms of wind turbine acoustic signature. So it's a slow process. We currently have several papers out for publication, so it's undergoing the peer review process. But again, once we know this data, as scientists, once we know what's going on in the below 5 hertz range, where we're starting to get an inkling that a lot of people's symptoms are associated with the presence or absence of this wind turbine signature. It's clearly dreadful what people in Chalac-Well, Dock Royal, and further are going through right now because of already existing wind turbines, but will be going through in the future if this gets approved. It's tremendous. So
can I just take you to, we talked about the table 10.42.
Oh yes.
Because paragraph 43 4.3, this is relevant to that, isn't it? Which gives you
yes
a relevance to this application and the data that's provided in that table.
Yes, I just wanted, so we're talking about table 10.4.3 from the CD1111 document. So this was discussed yesterday with Mr. Craven, and I just wanted to point out in this table, so there you have the Vestas and you have the Gamesa or Gamsa, whatever, wind turbines, and you have the noise that each one produces or emits at a certain frequency. So the first column is total, fine. LWA, you see the A there? That means it's submitted to that A weighting filter thing. So the next column reads 63. So at 63 hertz, That's the noise that comes off the Vestas and the Gemisa. 63. That is their lower limiting frequency for this study, 63 hertz. The wind turbine acoustic signature occurs below 10 hertz. So this is, this is not a criticism. It's a characterization of where we are in the world today, where the people or the companies, the industry that is producing a machine that emits significant amounts of infrasound is not required by law to measure their emissions of the machine that they're producing below 63 hertz. This is just an example of where we are today and how, for me as a scientist, how irrelevant, how completely irrelevant this table 10.4.3 is. First of all, it's all in dBAs. So what's the sense of that? And then the lowest frequency at which they measure is 63, followed by 125. This is in octave bands, as opposed to 1/3 octave bands. So, you know, it's just an example to show how terrible the situation we are all in as a society.
Can you just comment on the other information that's coming out, the other data that's coming out is when you're looking at assessing different turbines themselves that have different blade pass frequencies, because you can almost get to the position now where you can identify practically which turbine is causing the problem.
Yes,
is that possible? You can comment on that.
I wouldn't. It's not as clear cut as we all would like it. The Finnish, not the ones that made the report. There are other groups in Finland who study this issue properly, and those Finnish groups, the Aunio group specifically. Now, these are the people that came out of Nokia. So these are the people who know everything there is to know about signal processing, you see. So they have asserted that they can identify exactly which model and manufacturer of wind turbine is rotating only through the acoustic data. So they have said this. They also say that they can pinpoint the wind turbine acoustic signature 300 kilometers away from the source. So, I mean, that's what they're studying. We, you know, we need dose response relationships. The world needs dose response relationships for infrasound exposure. So that is our ultimate goal. We cannot have dose response relationships without measuring the agent of disease, without actually measuring how much is there. So as most, as you can see, and as I've shown, most of the octave analysis, so you have noise, it's in an octave, you know, we know octaves from pianos and from music lessons. So you have one octave of sound. Most you know, etsus and dins of the world require that you analyze the octave in third bands, meaning you divide the octave into thirds, so that instead of one number for one octave, you now get 3 numbers because you've divided it into 3. Look, this is similar to what we do to the meter, right? We divide the meter in centimeters so that then we can get a closer approximation of what we're measuring. Our group is dividing the octave into 36 parts, not thirds, not fourths, not even tenths. We're dividing the octave into 36 parts so that we can accurately measure what's there. On top of that, as I've mentioned before, besides having 36 points of data for one octave, we have 1 second. Each second we have data points. So for each second, we have at least 36 data points. So you see, we're zooming in, so to speak. And that's why we see and identify the part of the acoustic environment or infrasound that is being emitted by wind turbines and that is causing symptoms on people. Yes, we have only one case of people who had to take medication when the signal was there and overslept when the signal of wind turbine acoustic signature was not there. But, you know, it's one case and we're proceeding and there's more to come. I don't know. I don't know if this is a pertinent. I would just like to within this context, well, let's keep it at that. I'm sorry. I'm sure there's
can I refer you to paragraph 5.4, where we're talking about orders of magnitude and perception, from the report paragraph.
Precisely. So again, at some point,
and then sorry, the whole perception that what you can't hear won't harm you. We can just talk about that particular.
You know, I'm right now, you know, with what we know, to continuing harping on what you can't hear can't hurt you. And that's what is done each time it is claimed that wind turbine acoustic signatures, since they occur below 10 hertz, that's below the level of hearing perception, and hence there is no pathological effect. It can't harm you. Well, you know, this is so antiquated. I've said it in my precognition. I don't know if I can make it any clearer. That is just like saying smoking is great for your health. And you know, back in the 50s and 60s, we actually had doctors promoting tobacco, and smoking while pregnant was great. You know, you should do it, you know, but, you know, right now that shocks us. And to me, right now, it still shocks me to know that people are defending positions based on what you can't hear won't hurt you. Now, I understand this is where Etsu backs you into a corner. If you can't hear it, it won't hurt you. If it's below the hearing threshold of humans, it won't hurt you. Well, you know, that's shocking. That's still very, very shocking. And, you know, it's also a bit cynical, because back in the 70s and 80s, there was a whole field of extra auditory effects. There was a whole field that studied the effects of sound and noise that are non-auditory. So what you can't hear won't hurt you was already established back in the 70s and 80s. And yet here we go. Oh, well, the wind turbine acoustic signature, which sometimes some of those peaks go 25 dBs above background, 25 dBs above background, but it's in the frequency range where the humans have a limited audibility, and therefore it can't hurt you. It doesn't matter that people are getting sick. No, it can't hurt you, period. So, you know, and again, this is not a conspiracy theory. Historically, this what you can't hear won't hurt you comes from the development of the telephone. It comes from the development of early hearing protection programs within industries. So it's so antiquated as saying smoking is great for your health. You can smoke all the time, especially when you're pregnant. That's shocking. Sorry.
Yeah, can you just pass a comment on the nocebo effect? I think that was raised yesterday in questions.
Yes. Can you the nocebo effect was first came on scene by the hand of Dr. Simon Chapman, a sociologist from Australia. He's a professor emeritus in public health, but he's not an MD. So the nocebo effect is very interesting. The same way that people who are sick, you know, they're given sugar-coated pills and they say, oh, it's going to make you better. And the mind of the human actually makes them better. The nocebo effect is the opposite. It's when you're told, oh, you're going to get sick with that. Oh, that's going to cause you a problem. And boom, your mind makes your body cause a problem. That's the nocebo effect. So, you know, one of the most common and the ones that laypersons always know about is the hysterical pregnancies, where women come into a doctor's office, their tummy is big, you know, all the symptoms of maternity are exhibited in this body, and yet she's not pregnant. So this is an example of the nocebo effect. It has been claimed more than once, unfortunately, that, oh, people that live near wind turbines, you know, they all talk and, you know, they all commiserate together. And so through this nocebo effect, they are developing these symptoms. So if Dr. Chapman were a medical doctor, this wouldn't even be put forth, because in medical sciences, what we do is we give diagnostic tests. The woman who walks into the gynecologist consultation and exhibits all the symptoms of pregnancy, what's the first thing he does? He orders an ultrasound to look at the baby. You give a medical test. And that's how you know whether the person, this pregnant woman, is actually pregnant, or if she's, you know, undergoing some psychosomatic problem here and she's manifesting symptoms of pregnancy without being pregnant. You give a medical test. So my question is, okay, I'll accept this is a nocebo effect. Let's do it. Give them tests. Let's see if let's prove that it's a nocebo effect. Oh, no. We never give tests to people who are suffering from wind turbine stuff. Never. That never happens.
Can I just move you on to the DTI report, which was CD 4.9, because that seems to is specifically relating to low frequency noise, but there is evidence there of health impacts. Do you want to just comment on that report?
Yes.
And take us to any points that you want to, particularly I'm looking at page 17
Yes.
of the report.
So this is the Salford report from 2006 by Andy Morehouse. I looked through this again, you know, the Morehouse, this Salford study, they looked at 11 cases. So we're talking about 11 people. And if you see it, so APP 49, page 17, there's a list of all the symptoms that these 11 people complained about. Now, I didn't go through the entire list, but I mean, I went through it, but I only took note of the ones that are at the 50% or above. Okay, so here's what all these 11 people, so 50% is 6, at least 6 people or more complained of stress, loss of concentration, sleep disturbance, difficulty falling asleep, nervousness, anxiety, frustration, tiredness, pressure in the ear or body vibration or pain, and headaches. Now, you know, you look at these, just the ones I read, not the whole list that's there on page 17, just the ones I read, which refer to above 50% of the people complaining about. Now you look at this and you think, oh my God, these people are all hypochondriacs. What the heck's going on here? But if you look closer, first of all, you have no tummy aches. Hypochondriacs, one of the things they most complain about are tummy aches. And not 50% of the people have tummy aches. Also, one of the things that hypochondriacs complain a lot about is about frequent urination. That is not on this list either. And now let's look closely at what is on this list. Pressure in the ear or body? Really? Body vibration or pain and headaches. I'll have you all know that these 3 symptoms are across the board common to every person I've spoken to complaining about wind turbines, from Japan to New Zealand to Australia, to the United States and Canada, to all of Europe. Body vibration or pain and pressure in the ear. And you know, it's not in the ear, it's on the ear as well. It's on. So, you know, unless people are subjected to some collective hallucination around the world, how is it that all these people come up with the same symptoms, and yet none are given, optimal and relevant and pertinent diagnostic tests? I would like to add something, which is, I'm sure you've all heard of the Havana diplomats, and they're all sick. They're Canadian and US citizens, and they're diplomats, and they were posted in Havana, Cuba. Now they're all sick. And you know what? I read the paper, the official paper that came out in the Journal of American Medical Association. The symptoms are very, very similar to the symptoms that are developed by people in wind turbine homes. But these diplomats were given tests, medical tests, by the hand of the University of Pennsylvania Medical Center. And yet the same symptoms in people who live in wind turbine homes are given 0 tests by the medical community. And then out comes a sociologist who throws out the idea that it's all nocebo. Well, prove it. Let's do the tests. Come on, let's do the tests. And I'm not talking about a chest x-ray, which will show nothing. Let's get the relevant tests for infrasound-induced pathology, and let's see if these people come up positive. Why don't we? So
can I just take you to section 6, infrasound in the brain?
Yes. Well, again, it's
particularly 6.4.
6.4, exactly. Now, the scientific basis for what I say in 6.4 and 6.5 exists. It's all in the form of functional MRI studies that were done with people who were being exposed through the ear, not even through the whole body, through the ear to infrasound tones. And what it showed is that while infrasound tones triggered parts of the brain, it did not trigger the parts of the brain that are responsible for auditory stimuli. And, if you think, in terms of planetary systems, when you get infrasound, it means that something bad is about to happen. Either it's a volcano, or it's an earthquake, or it's a huge avalanche, or you got, a herd of woolly mammoths coming at you. Evolutionarily, Homo sapiens and other mammals, and not only mammals, but they would be aware of danger based on these infrasound signals that our brain captures and does not process as sound. So when the brain now in the 21st century is now capturing these infrasound signals, which it is hardwired to interpret as danger, this is dreadful, because they are, it's not even like a volcano, because when you get a signal from some of these things, it comes up, it exists, and it goes away because the volcano exploded, the avalanche happened, the woolly mammoths went by. But with a machine, there's no tapering off. It's there all the time. So that's why we're getting a lot of the symptoms that we're seeing. And that is why, for example, cortisol levels are inconclusive, because this is an extreme stress situation. The body views it as being constantly under stress, and therefore the usual immediate stress reactions are put on hold, and other mechanisms come into play. You cannot keep an extreme stress reaction full-fledged all the time, sustained. It's impossible. Your body will break down, energetically speaking. So this is what happens when people are in infrasound contaminated homes. Part of their brain is telling them, oh my God, get out of here. And the other part is saying, what's wrong? I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. So they keep staying until they're utterly sick. So I don't know if this is enough on that, or if you want me to go on with this. Again, these features of how humans interact with acoustic phenomenon at infrasound frequency ranges, professional acousticians know very little about that. The ETSU and the DINs and the RGIs don't take that into consideration. You know, what they do take into consideration is what you can't hear won't hurt you. End of story.
I just wanted to, before we conclude, just talk a little bit about the dose response and the difference between occupational exposure and people at home.
Yes. Again, you know, infrasound and low frequency noise has been recognized as problematic within occupational settings. So many studies today are being conducted by very, very incredible Chinese research scientists who are studying the effect of infrasound exposure on the brain, on the heart, but at a very highly in-depth biological way. So they're studying, you know, the channels, the transmission channels of cells and how they act under infrasound. They are doing these studies, and most studies that have been done studying the biological effects of infrasound are done within occupational settings. So what does that mean? That means that the person is exposed at most 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and weekends one presumes that the person spends in silence. So when they are conducting these experiments, they only expose whoever they're exposing, you know, animals or humans, to very loud noise, but only during a very short time, 2 hours per day, 14 days at the whole experiment, sometimes 30 days. Why is this relevant? Because in residentially contaminated homes, it's not only 2 hours a day. Granted that the levels at which occupational, so which workers are exposed to, are much higher than what we see in residential settings, they are also much shorter. So to give a sense of this, if I could, I would ask you to view, let me just open it here. It's the Furter, the Dock Royal, and the Shallow Well P-harm report. So that would be, sorry, let me get you the numbers. It's SC35, SC37, and SC38. So in SC35, which is the Dock Royal report, it's on page 21, where I'd like you to view. On SC37, which is the Shallow Well, it's on page 19, also what I'd like you to view. And in the Furter report, which is SC38, that's on page 18. So please let me know when you've arrived, when it's there.
Could you give me the page number for SC35 again, please?
Yes, 1 moment. SC35 is page 21.
And for SC37?
Page 19.
Yes, I've got all those.
Okay, so if we go to the first one, which is SC35 on page 21, you'll see this odd looking graph with all these lines going through it in different colors. So what we're, and if you see at the bottom, it refers to dates. So the 25th of February, all through the 6th of March. And then on the y-axis, so up and down, you see the 24-hour period. So remember the prominences, so those peaks that are above background? What we did is, because in these 3 homes, these wind turbine acoustic signatures are practically always present. So what we did is we coded these peaks above background, we coded them as per their dB level. So on the right, you can see that, for example, the yellow ones, it's 25 to 30, The yellow ones are 25 to 30 dBs. The peak, the highest peak, is 25 to 30 dBs above background. If you go down into the deep red, 5 to 10, all those slits in the image that are in the color that goes 5 to 10, the deep red, means that the prominences, so the peaks above background, were only 5 to 10 dBs above background. So, for example, on day 3, so March 3rd, you see the column that has so much yellow in it. That means that from midnight until around about 6 or 7 o'clock, peaks above 30 dBs above background were present practically all the time. This is astounding. If you go to SC37, Shallock Well, again, you see it's a bit better. You don't have so many yellows. You see that there are even places where there is no wind turbine acoustic signature at all. See, for example, on the 24th, so at the bottom, so I'm looking at figure 13 in SC37. So as you can see here, for example, on the 24th of March at about 3 o'clock, it's black. It means that there were no prominences there. The wind turbine wind turbine acoustic signal was not there. But if you go, for example, on the 22nd, and you see all these yellow bars, you know that during those hours, the peaks were 25 to 30 dBs above background. This is huge. So lastly, if we go to SC38, and here we have figure 16, which is on page 18. Look, I mean, I think you've understood how to read this graph. So on the bottom, you have from the 13th of March until the 19th of March. And then you have, you know, the 24-hour period. And I just point to you that 18th and the 19th, hours and hours, these people have in their homes peaks from 25 to 30 dBs above background. I can't stress enough how awful this is. And were I speaking to these people, quite frankly, Mr. Hall, were I speaking to these people, I would tell them, please leave your house immediately. I would tell them that. If this was my house, I would tell them. I especially would not have children living in such an environment. I'm so sorry. And, you know, again, I know the applicant wants to have this project approved, but, you know, presumably this is where the buck stops. You know, again,
But can you just comment on about the L90 averaging? What would happen with this data? For instance, if it was averaged on 10 minutes or even averaged beyond the 10 minutes to over a longer period of time, where you maybe got compliance testing and it's averaged out over several weeks and then it's found to be compliant. Have you got any comments on that?
Well, look, if you're measuring in dBA, you're not even going to get this. At 10 hertz, the dBA takes off 70 dBs. So look, if you're doing in dBAs, you're not going to get this. If you're doing this in 10-minute averages, this pulse, you know, the pulse that you've been seeing, those peaks above, prominences above background, that's a pulse. The pulse occurs 1 cycle per second. Each second out comes a pulse. So if you're averaging over 10 minutes, you'll never get this. And imagine, you know, you know, sometimes it's better to talk in terms of money, to talk in terms of average, right? So let's say that I'm getting 2 euros per day for 10 days, but there's on day 5, I get 100 euros, right? But I'm not counting the 100 euros. Oh, look, I made, no, I did the average of 10 days. So what? That comes out to what? An average, if you get €2 every day, but one in 10 days, and in one day you get 100, your average is not going to reflect how it varies, how it varies, how you get your money. And it's the same thing with noise. You know, the most common example is, okay, let's take a 10-minute period, and let's say that at minute 5, somebody shoots off a gun. So you wake up, you're startled, you wake up, you might not be able to get back to sleep very quickly. And yet, if you take the average of the noise during those 10 minutes, the gunshot was what? A split second? And so you try to average that in, you're not going to get information on the gunshot. You know, ETSU and DINs and RGRs, they will, that's what why I said in my precognition, the professional acousticians who have to comply with these guidelines, their hands are tied. Even if they wanted to get this data, they couldn't put it in under an ETSU guideline compliance procedure. Why would they? It's not required. You know, and again, why would you even go up to your employer and say, look, you know, ETSU says this, but I found this, and look what the measurements say. The employer doesn't care. The employer wants the compliance with ETSU, in this case, ETSU, and that's it. And so that's what we're seeing, compliance with ETSU, and that's it. And even then, as far as I've heard, I heard the proceedings yesterday. Apparently, there are some occasions where there isn't even compliance with ETSU. But you know, that's beyond my scope. So anyway, as you can see, these figures just show how long in these homes, in these 3 Scottish homes, how long this extreme prominence above background exists in the home. It's hours at a time, hours and hours at a time. And you know, that's just for the 25 to 30, because even if you have a prominence that is 10 to 15 dBs above background, those are the red and the orange bars. You see very little black bars in these images, where the black bars would indicate absence of the wind turbine signature. So hence, comparing these studies with occupational settings in which the levels are much higher, but they only go on for 1 or 2 hours per day. So you see, we have here a conundrum, so to speak. I don't know if that's, if you want me to continue, or I can talk for
Well,
hours.
I think that concludes your evidence in chief, Professor Pereira. If you want to, I don't think there's anything else that you want to add, or is there?
No, I just, you know, look, I know Mr. Hall is not a scientist, and a lot of this is maybe technically very complicated, but you are not, sir, in an enviable position. I'm sorry, you are not. To have the weight of this decision on your shoulders. I'm talking to you as a scientist and as a fellow citizen of the world. To have this weight on your shoulders, you know, I wish you luck, sir.
Well, I only make a recommendation. It's the Scottish ministers who make the decision. So maybe that lifts some of the burden off me.
Yes, well,
you're certainly correct that I'm not a scientist, but you've explained your point of view very clearly, and I think I've got a very good understanding of your position. So thank you for that. If that concludes your evidence in chief, I think we'll take a short break there, and then we'll come back at 10 minutes to 11, and we'll see if Mr. Thompson has any questions for you then.
Very good.
If I can see you at 10 to 11, please.
Very good.
That's 10 to 11. So if Professor Alves Pereira, are you back with us?
Yes, yes, I am.
Good, then I'll place you in the capable hands of Mr. Thompson, and we'll see if he has any questions for you. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, sir. Just one or two. I'll try to be brief. Professor Alves Pereira, first of all, I wonder if I could ask you just a curiosity question. It's at page 2 of your precognition. At the bottom of the page, you refer to figures in some of your reports.
Yes.
And you call them farm reports, PHARM.
Yes.
I wonder what the significance of that is.
It's the prominence of the harmonic series. You see the series of peaks that we see and that are above background and that are called the wind turbine acoustic signature. That mathematically, that's a harmonic series. So we call it the prominence of the harmonic series and hence P-harm report. I don't know that nice word to come up.
I'm most grateful. That satisfies my curiosity. Looking at the reports, all the ones from IARO, the International Acoustic Research Organization, they all, I think, list the authors of the report on the back of the first page. I'm just looking at as an example at SC24.
Yes.
One of the ones you looked at this morning. And in very small print at the bottom of the page, there's a website for this organization. When I looked at that website, I found a New Zealand consultancy called Atkinson and Rapley Consulting Limited, which I take it is the consultancy of Dr. Bruce Rapley. Is that correct?
It is.
And that's a commercial consultancy offering noise measurements and assessments and selling the SAM devices that we came across at SC62 yesterday.
Yes, the SAM devices were developed in 2016 and Yarrow was only formed much later, I think in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 2019. Yes, so the developers of the SAM machine are then conjoined with other scientists. Oh, I'm so sorry, my Telegram thing is open. I'm so very sorry. So they conjoined with other scientists to then form the Yarrow, IARO, given what we live in the world today, you know. We had to form this. I should add, perhaps, I have no commercial interest in the SAM equipment. I do not belong to Atkinson and Rapley. I joined the Yarrow team because I thought it was a good idea. We all work pro bono. So, and a lot of Atkinson and Rapley was also pro bono, but there you go.
No, I'm grateful. In an attempt to say, if I could ask you briefly about the evidence that you gave at the Aracleith Extension public inquiry in February of this year. You remember giving evidence then?
Yes.
And
Should I
at the end of your... I'm sorry?
Should I bring any document up from the Aracleith? Are you going to refer to?
No, I'm going to help you if I may. At the end of your evidence in chief, that one of the reporters, Mr. Little, asked you a question before any cross-examination or anything like that. And I just want to read you from the transcript of that, the recording of that question. And then I'm going to read you your answer. And I just want to see if that's still your position. The question was, you appreciate our job here is to write a report to ministers and recommend to them whether or not to consent this wind farm. And we have to give a reason for that. Just so I understand at heart, is your position that there shouldn't be wind farms built in the countryside? Or are you saying there shouldn't be turbines above a certain size? Or are you saying there should be a certain distance between a wind farm and people? If we were to take your evidence and reach a view that causes to recommend refusal, what is your position at heart, if you see what I mean? And your answer was, I do, sir, I do, I do. It's quite a conundrum, isn't it? Because we apparently need all this electrical energy, and we have found this way to apparently produce it as green. And we are now sticking them all over the place. I do not know what the solution is, sir. I don't know if the solution, sir, is smaller wind turbines, so the impact might not be so detrimental to human health. I don't know if perhaps similar to other industries, we define an area in the country and we say, right, this area of the country is where we are going to produce energy, and we stick everything in that area of the country. And so we wouldn't have to have people living on top of industrial complexes. Please note this question, or this question that you have put to me, is a question that most, if not all, countries that I have dealt with also have. What is the solution? This is an issue that affects humanity. It is not just Ms. Spence and this particular applicant and this particular country. And while we would like to, to just look at our belly buttons and think, oh, well, this is only here, it's not. And what is the solution? I don't know what the solution is. Certainly making people sicker and sicker should not be an option. But you know how the expression money talks and bullshit walks. That's what's happening. I don't know the answer, sir, to your question. I don't know what the solution is. As for distances, science does not have enough knowledge to say, oh, well, this type of wind turbine in terms of megawatts, tip to rotor, blade length, this type of wind turbine has to be 20 kilometers from any closest residence. We don't know that. I'm not in the habit of just, throwing things up into the air that I cannot substantiate. So we don't know scientifically. We don't know the safe distances. I don't know what the solution to this wind turbine conundrum is. I'm so sorry. I wish that I was some sort of engineer that I could help this with, but on planet Earth, if you have rotating blades, you're going to have infrasound, period. Now, in the hope that that's an accurate transcription of the question and answer, is that still your position?
Well, yes, it is. It is.
It's not a trick question, and I'm most grateful for your answer.
I don't know if you're going to pull a fast one on me, Mr. Thompson, or not, but basically, it's absolutely truthful. We do. I cannot. We do need the energy. I'm speaking as a citizen of the world to other citizens of the world, not to applicants or inquiries. This is a big problem all over the world. We have to decide what to do about it. And if we insist on wanting wind turbines, and I really think the best solution is what you just read, which is, okay, let's section off a corner of the country and put it all there and take the people out, of course. We cannot do this with airports, do we not? And that's why
it wasn't in any way a trick question. There's no ambush coming. I just wanted to move on. I just wanted to move on to one other very minor point. Towards the end of your evidence in chief, you said, in the context of having looked at the 3 IARO reports for Dock Royal and Shallock Well and Furter, that you would tell the people to leave.
I would.
And what I wondered was whether in the conclusion sections of any of those 3 reports you had said that.
I don't think so. Definitely not. This is I'm talking to the inquiry. We would never write down, because that opens up to liability, right? I mean, we're not stupid here, right? If I say something like that in a report, that would open me up to liability, even though there are already papers published on how people are abandoning their homes because of the wind turbines. So, it would open me up to liability. So I cannot suggest to people, I can tell people that if I were in your position, this is what I would do. And I understand how difficult it is to leave homes. And that's why I often suggest that if I were in their position, I would buy a camper, which would allow me to flee the toxic environment so I could get some sleep. Now, I cannot outright suggest this because, Mr. Thompson, as you well know, that would open me and my team up to liability. So, yeah.
Mindful of the liability issue, have you spoken to any of these three people? That's Ms. Spence, Ms. Kendall, or Mr. and Mrs. Shaw, and said, you know, a word to the wise, if I were you, I'd get out quick, or words to that effect. Have you done that?
No, I don't know the other two people, so I don't know the people from Further or Shallock Well. I do know Pat Spence personally in Dock Royal. And, you know, I don't recall having told her, you know, get out of here, but I did recall telling her that this might be, you know, pending our acoustic evaluation, but this might be detrimental to your health. And, you know, in the case of Miss Pat Spence and many others whose lives are completely constructed in whatever town they're in, you know, it's not simple to just up and move. So what I suggest to benefit people's health is that, you know, perhaps they could get away from the toxic environment every so often. So that's basically what I would have suggested.
Thank you very much, Professor Elvis Pereira. I'm grateful for your help. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions to Professor. I think in your evidence you said that this area of research was in its early stages. I think you may have said we're taking baby steps at this stage. In the section that Mr. Thompson's just put out for you, you said that you didn't know what distance was between turbines and people was safe yet. And I think I also had you noted down as saying we don't yet know what level of exposure is safe. So if I were to characterize your views as being that this is an area of research that is still at an early stage, is your position really that I should be taking a precautionary approach because these things aren't really known yet? Or do you think we do already have enough information to draw a firm conclusion that turbines in these sorts of locations aren't appropriate?
Well, I would say that the precautionary approach is definitely the way to go with these things because you see, as I've been explaining, while there is enormous amounts of evidence that infrasound has a deleterious effect on health, those scientific studies are mostly done with occupational environments, which means much higher levels and much shorter exposure. So scientifically speaking, there are very, very few studies that we can rely on because, you know, they're measuring with dBAs, they're evaluating symptoms that are unrelated to infrasound-induced pathology and other situations. So the studies that have been conducted, and a lot of money has already been spent on some of these studies, case in point is Health Canada, but, you know, so it's in its infancy as it relates to wind turbines. It's not in its infancy as it relates to occupational settings. So, you know, I don't know. Again, you know, I've mentioned this before. In 1970s, the French National Research Council held a whole colloquium on infrasound. 1970s. And the Russian Federation has permissible exposure levels since the 1970s for both occupational and residential settings. I think I included that somewhere in my papers. So it's not like this isn't known. It's not like nobody knows about how infrasound affects humans. Oh, yes, we do. We just don't know how it affects humans under the form of a pulsation that occurs every 1 second and that exists continuously over 24-hour periods. That we don't know. But that no one is funding to study properly. I mean, where is the medical community? Where is the medical community? Where is the GP who sees a patient come in with a certain set of symptoms that when it's the Havana diplomats, it warrants a whole slew of tests, but when they say it's because of wind turbine noise, they're given nothing. How does the medical community justify its position in relation to these patients? And it was very obvious in what happened in the Hunterston community and how the medical community there dealt with the Hunterston people. So, you know, again, it is recent as respect to wind turbines being placed 500 and 1,000 meters from people's homes, more than one, but it's not new as it relates to occupational settings.
Thank you. And how far, I mean, these arguments being put as individual inquiries here and at the Clauchrie inquiry, but are these arguments being put to governments either in the UK or around the world? And what response has there been, if any?
Well, Mr. Hall, the lobby of the wind industry is humongous. So while there are being attempts made, for example, the European Union is now contending with what's going on in the seas. So when you put wind turbines in the ocean, the fish go away. So there's now a conglomerate of fishermen from Holland, Belgium, France, Germany, and Portugal. UK used to be in this conglomerate, but because of Brexit, they've fallen out. The fishermen are against wind turbines in the ocean because the fish go away. So yes, of course, the governments are groups, usually literally grassroots groups, are trying to get the message across to the governments across the world. But, you know, look, we weren't born yesterday, were we? Do we not know what happened to the tobacco industry when people started saying that tobacco is bad? Asbestos has been known to be deleterious to human health since the 1940s. And yet only recently, when an economically viable alternative emerged, was asbestos deemed harmful. So let's not, I don't think it's useful for us to play naive and innocent. We all know what's going on. There is a huge wind industry lobby which precludes governments and legislative bodies from obtaining this information. But that's, you know, modus operandi. The same thing happened with all the other things that used to be okay and now they're bad. So the answer is yes, there have been many, many attempts in many different countries. I even testified in the High Court of Holland because of wind turbines. And yet, you know, I hate to say it again, Mr. Thompson, but, you know, money walks and bullshit talks, you know, and sorry, the other way around, but money talks and so it's, that's how it is. So even though, you know, and of course, you all understand that wind turbines across the world are being subsidized by the government. So you can't also, it's very, you know, you put the government in a hard spot, you know, you're subsidizing this industry, which is really bad for people. Of course, there is an element here that's missing in all this, right? Because that's the public health people. And while over the past 2 years, they can now claim, oh, we've been very busy with COVID. Yes, that's very true. But until 2019, they were not busy with COVID. And so you know, usually it's the public health agencies who determine whether or not machines are fit to be inserted in bio and human, you know, ecosystems. It is usually they who decide this, the doctors who decide with medical tests, let's see how sick these people are getting. That's not being done. So again, sorry, go ahead. That's it. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. I understand that point. I didn't have any other questions for you, so I'll pass you back to Mr. Grosvenor and see if he's got any follow-up points.
Very good.
Yeah, there's only one small question, Professor Pereira, and that is in respect of the continuing growth in the size of the turbines, in this case, we're looking at turbines 200 meters to blade tip. Have you got any comments on that between the smaller turbines and the turbines that the next generation, particularly as they're supposed to be much quieter?
Well, you know, I followed how they're trying to mitigate. The serrated edge on the blade was very interesting, and that came up because of the owl, if you must know. We studied the owl and we found out how silent it could be, and we found out it had serrated edges on its wings, and that's why we put serrated edges on the blades, and it actually worked. You know, as Mr. Craven even admitted, most of the acoustic disturbance caused by wind turbines is caused by the movement of air. So it's the aerodynamic source of noise, which is the big problem for wind turbines. The bigger the blade, the more air you're going to move. It's physics, you know. The bigger the blade, the more air you're going to move. If you're going to move more air, then the pulse, the acoustic pulse that's going to come off of the wind turbine is going to certainly be bigger and larger than the blades that are smaller and that move smaller amounts of air. I invite you to examine your home fan. I'm sure somewhere in an office or something you have a fan, right? So look, watch it for a bit. Watch it rotate and pay attention to the noise which it makes, even though it can be the, you know, the most expensive silent variety. You know, listen to the noise it makes. Turn it on and off and compare as the blades slow down or as the blades speed up, just your local office fan. Observe what happens with these blades. Then extend these little office fan blades to, you know, 63 meters or 75 meters, whatever the blade length now is of wind turbines, you know, and then you can get a sense of how much air is being pulsed out of these things. So again, there are no proper studies being made because the studies that are being made are in DBAs, which is irrelevant. But as a physicist, I presume, I make an educated guess that the larger the blade, the more the air that is being moved, and hence, most probably, the higher the peaks of the prominences in the wind turbine acoustic signature. That's my, there's no science on this because nobody's even measuring that, but that's my take on it. Oh, may I just add the following? When we were in Denmark, there were several little turbines. I'm talking about 30 meters, very small, and nobody seemed to have to complain about those. And in fact, there was a home nearby with a autistic child who seems, at least in 2016, I don't know what the case is right now, but until 2016, and I think they had been there for 2 years, there were little ones, but just little ones. So as I, you know, said at the closing testimony in Ericleoc that Mr. Thompson read, perhaps we can solve this a little bit by finding a way of having smaller wind turbines. But I know that's not going to cut it for the amount of electricity we're told that we need. So I don't know. It's back to the conundrum. Sorry to say.
Thank you. I've not got any more questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, then, Mr. Grosvenor, and thank you, Professor Alves Pereira, for your time today.
Thank you.
Mr. Grosvenor, do you want to move on to your next witness then?
Yes. Can I just have a quick 5-minute break just to prepare my notes, etc., for the next witness, who will be Joy Kendall?
Yes, we'll wait a few minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine now. Are you? Would you like to just introduce yourself, Miss Kendall, please?
Yes, I'm Joy Kendall. I live at Charlotte Quill.
And could you give details of your qualification and your background and how long you've lived at Charlotte Well?
Okay, yeah. So I have qualifications. I've got an honours degree in physiology, pharmacology, and biochemistry, postgraduate certificate in education, and postgraduate diploma in clinical and pastoral counselling. So I've lived at Charlotte Quill from 2016. But going on to my working career has been in education, so full-time working in education. I currently work for Scotland's Rural College, where I support higher education students. I just want to note at this point that whilst I've been working full-time, it's been very difficult to put the time and effort that I have wanted to do into this inquiry. So it's been quite frustrating to me. So I want to thank those people that have supported me and put across and helping to represent my views. I also want to note that whilst I don't mind sharing qualifications with you, and it identifies, my credentials, and I'm a professional person and well educated. That could be said. That that the views of local people really need to be taken into account. I know a few local people. It's a rural area. We have farmers here who and other people that I know that have not wanted to participate in such an inquiry because they're the way that they may be perceived, because they're not a professional as such. And yet really, on a day-to-day basis, they are the professionals of this area and know, the lie of the land, so to speak, and what works, and so on. So I do feel that this inquiry process, and I know it's not anything to do with noise specifically at the moment, is quite discriminatory in the way that a lot of ordinary people who aren't so up on their computer literacy, managing the amount of information that's come through, which has been mammoth, and even I've struggled to, after working a full day, to get a grips on those. That it's quite difficult for someone in such a rural community, who may not have the computer literacy and so on and internet access to be able to follow such a process. And so in that view, I really hope that the 85% of Bar Hill residents who oppose this development are given due consideration.
Thank you. Can you just I just go to your recognition. I just want to run through some points there. Paragraph 1.
Okay.
And you talk about the number of turbines, but before I go there, I just want to ask you a question of has your work style periods changed since COVID? Has COVID affected you in your working life?
Yes, absolutely. So before COVID, I worked full-time traveling to Ayr. So I would leave home at say 7:15 and get home around 5:30 every day. Since the lockdown happened, then I have worked full-time at home.
And you're in your office at the moment, is that correct?
I am, yes. I
And
use one of the bedrooms.
I was going to just say,
Sorry.
where's your office located?
Yes, I use one of the bedrooms upstairs as my office.
And you say in your recognition presently, can I just take you to that bit? Can you just describe the situation there?
Which is that section in
Section
paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1, yeah.
With the amount of turbines that are present. Yeah, so currently if I look out of the window from upstairs, or the lounge window downstairs, or the kitchen window downstairs, facing towards the back of the house, which is sort of south direction, I see over 198 turbines presently, and that is without any consented extensions, which may go ahead for Kilgallock, Aricleoch, and the consented Chamorro, if that's how you pronounce it, which will also be in that direction.
And if I take you to the documents C60.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I just want, have you got that, sir?
Just opening it now. Oh, it's just the video.
Well, we've got the video. I mean, if you want
No.
to play the video, do you want to play the video, or are you able to play the video?
I've watched the video, so I don't need to see it again.
Okay.
Right, sorry, no, I've got SC60 in front of me now.
Yeah. I just want to run through the separation distances.
Yeah.
So the nearest point, because your nearest wind farm, wind power station is Shallottwell. Sorry, is Shallotte, is Mark Hill.
Mark Hill.
Right.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And
Sorry, I can't.
sorry.
I think you've gone on to mute.
Yeah, sorry, can I just stop that a bit there? I just want to track back a little bit. There's a section I've missed. You say you've moved to Shallottwell since 2016.
Mm-hmm.
What led you to move to Shallottwell, and did you move very far, or?
No, I perhaps moved around 12 miles away. I used to live in the a nearby village called Manel. Prior to that, I'm from Lancashire. You can tell I'm not from Scotland. But what prompted me to move to Shallottwell was the remoteness of the place. I do like my own company, and I'm an outdoorsy person, so I enjoy nature. And also, it had land with it, which I have horses and other animals, and wanted to increase the number of animals I've got, and also the house needed renovation and like a project. So that's what prompted me to move here.
And did the fact that it was close to wind turbines, did that make any difference in your decision?
To me at the time, no. So I'm not against wind turbines. It's about them being in the right place and being fit for the area and so on. So no, I'm not against wind turbines. Otherwise, I wouldn't have moved here.
Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to just establish that point.
Mm-hmm.
Then if we can go to C60 again, just want to run through some basic information about separation distances.
Mm-hmm.
Because we've got at 2.4.1. Now that's to the Clauchrie turbines, isn't it?
It's slightly greater to Clauchrie than it is to Mark Hill.
And the separation distance there is identified at 1.47 kilometers to the nearest turbine at Clauchrie, which is turbine 3, the proposed turbines. Is that correct?
Yes, I think it's 3. 2 and 3 are quite close.
Yeah.
I'm looking at SC60 and it says Shallottwell 2.8.
I don't think it's 2.8.
Am I?
No. If you look at the paragraph 2.4, 2.41 is an extract from the residential amenity survey by SPR, by the applicant.
Sorry, which document number is this?
This is SC60.
Right, I'm looking at the wrong appendix, I think. So
yeah, it's got 1.47, hasn't it? 2.4.
Right, I'm with you now. Sorry about that. 1.47. Yes.
Yeah. There was, were you looking at the appendix in C60, sir?
I was, yes. I just saw a document that said SC60 and I opened it.
No, I looked at that this morning and there's a miscalculation on that appendix. The distances there are wrong.
Right.
The correct distances as described in the residential amenity study. I haven't got the reference for that, but there's an extract there for Shallot Well. It gives the grid location and the distance.
Yes, I'll be able to measure it for myself.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Maps.
But then the closest turbine to you at the Shallot Well, sorry, the Mark Hill turbines is turbine 5.
That's right.
And the published information on that separation distance is 1.83 kilometers. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, as I say before, that's turbine 5. But of course, you've got quite a large ground around you, haven't you?
Yes.
And what do you use that for predominantly?
So predominantly it's for keeping animals on. We've also got an area of woodland planted up, but I mean it's for leisure, you know. Walk the dogs, just walk the dogs there daily, you know, around the area. Horse ride, that sort of thing.
So the distance between the nearest turbine to your boundary reduces by 150 meters to 1.033.
That'll be for the Mark Hill one. Yeah, from the bottom corner of the land. That part is woodland. Yep.
Now the other point that I just want to draw you to is on C60. Paragraph 253.
Let's find that. Yep. Okay.
And we've got here the LDs, because obviously you're on elevated ground where you live, but both the Mark Hill turbines and also the Clauchrie turbines are on higher ground. Is that correct?
Yes. I mean, as I look at it, Mark Hill seems to be below us. It might be slightly above us, but yes. But Clauchrie, yes, it will definitely be quite a height above us. Mm-hmm.
And then if we go to paragraph or section 3.2 at Shallot Well.
Okay.
We've got that's a map of the 3.21. Can you just run through that? Because can you just what we see there?
So yeah, you'll see that the house is sectioned off. We've got a track that runs through Shallot Well grounds, and then we have quite a few fields surrounding us. What's marked X, the sheep dip, we use as well, we call it a secret garden. So it's planted up with trees and shrubs, and you know, walk there daily with the dogs. It's a nice tranquil place to go. Not far from our private water supply either, that.
And then if you look over at on page 7.
One sec, let me scroll down. Yes.
That's a secret garden there, isn't it? The entrance
right at the top of the top of the field, where you can just make out the gate. The forestry plantation is behind that, but the native trees there, beech and so on, form part of the secret garden there. It's a walled off area, an old sheep dip.
What's the distance approximately from your house to the secret garden?
So I'd probably say about 300 meters.
Yep. So that then, if you're there, that would bring you nearer to the nearest Clauchrie turbine.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be directly above that.
And what's it like inside the secret garden?
Well, it's got various sections of walls. You can see the old sheep dip. It's been planted up, like I say, it varies throughout the season, you know, with different bulbs and flowers and things that come up. But it's a very quiet, tranquil, calm place. Yeah, it's nice to walk around. and go and sit in.
And do you go there for what specific reason? Do you go? I know you say it's quiet and tranquil, but you know, is there a specific reason why you go there?
Well, I just tend to go there on a daily basis. It's quite a nice dog walk, you know, up the fields and round through the secret garden and then along the back there. I like going up there just to see the changes in nature that occur. You know, like I say, there's different bulbs and yeah, we've come across various things throughout the seasons, which, you know, I'm you know, into nature and wildlife and things, so it's quite nice to see.
And it's further away from the Mark Hill turbines, is it?
It is. It is.
Okay. Then if we look at page 11.
Okay. Yep. Yes. Okay.
And there's a picture there, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Can you just describe that picture, please?
So the wind turbines well, you can see just behind the house there, are Mark Hill turbines. What you can't see on the photograph there, but what you can see in person, is behind those are Clauchrie, and again, slightly to the left of that picture is Kilgalloch.
Okay. And on the next page, page 12, you've got two pictures there.
Yeah.
You?
Mm-hmm.
But if I can take you to your original objection, which I believe is CD 2.2.86.
Okay. Yes, I've got that printed out. Okay.
Do you want to just run through the I don't need to go into the text, reporter can read all of that, but you just want to go through the pictures. You've got picture on page 4.
On page 4. Right, hang on. So the picture on page 4, yes, that's where I am now. So that's the view from the Velux window from the office I use now. Do you want me to carry on through the pictures?
Yes, please.
Okay, page 5, that would be similar, but from the other bedroom upstairs. So looking south over Mark Hill, Kilgalloch and Clauchrie, quite visible. From my original objection, page 6 shows the view to the north where Clauchrie is planned for, and again that's out of the upstairs bedroom windows, one of which I'm using now. And on page 7, which is also on page 12 of SC60, which I have up, that is a view from the front of the house, which you can also see by looking out of the bedroom windows and directly as you come out of the front door of the house. And you could see that by looking out of the kitchen window, to be honest. That shows difficult to make out on the photograph, I know, which is why I put the red dot there. That's the top of the monitoring mast for turbine 2, I believe, which is 70 metre high. When you do your inquiry visit, you'll be able to see that for yourself, Mr. Hall. But the wind turbines planned for Clauchrie are almost 3 times the height of that mast, and turbine 2, like I said, will be sited there.
So do you assess? I know you're not a landscape consultant, or it's difficult to sort of follow from the montages, but for your area. But do you assess there that given the position of the red dots at 70 meters, and you say that the turbine is going to be in that location?
Yeah, that's approximately where turbine 2 is going to be.
Right. And and we know that the turbines are 200 meters to blade tip, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
And that mast is 70 meters high, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the blade the blade diameter is 150 meters. We know that, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
So at that location, then, would all of the turbines' blade be visible?
I would expect so. Those trees in the picture as well, there, the actual forestry trees, are due for felling in the next couple of years.
Right.
Mr. Grosvenor, I do appreciate that there's the argument about residential amenity to be considered in the round, and I certainly will be doing that when I write my report. But this is a noise session.
I agree, and that just neatly leads me on to my next question,
Okay.
which is what I was just going to say. So you confirmed that I'm on track. But therefore, you've got open windows, open Velux windows. Do you have your windows open during the night or during the day?
During the day, they're open. During the night, less so, as the midges are quite bad.
Yeah. So there will be. I mean, I know we've got attenuation through the window. I think it's 8 dBs, but there will be noise. According to ETSU, it will be compliant potentially, but there will be noise from the Clauchrie turbines over that distance, won't there?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, it's quite. It's different at the moment. That's when we tend to get the worst noise from Mark Hill. Clauchrie gets built, it's going to be coming northwards, and I mean, it doesn't always work that way. I mean, sometimes the noise is, it's coming from other directions. I'd also like to say that the noise tends to be worst from perhaps October to March. It's always worst in the winter months, from what I've experienced so far from living here. So, from doing the monitoring that they did for Clauchrie for 3 weeks during summer months is not indicative of a whole year and what is experienced in that year. So, I mean, yeah, my concern obviously is the noise will be coming from more than the direction that it's coming from now.
Because the point that was made in cross-examination with Mr. Craven was that he was saying that the winds were predominantly southwest and that there would only be a small element of noise coming from the direction of the Clauchrie turbines. What's your view on that?
I don't agree. I mean, like I say, definitely the wind in the winter months, I would say, is worst when it's west-northwest from Mark Hill. But I do monitor the wind from, and the sound from time to time, and it's not always the case. It's very difficult to say that, and the wind is quite changeable up here, hourly sometimes. So it is difficult.
And there was a discussion about the complaints you made. Now I just want to ask you how has it been since you moved to Mark Hill in 2016? What's given rise to the complaint? Because obviously this will be a question that will probably be asked anyway.
Absolutely. So, like I say, I've noticed during the time I've lived here that the wind noise is worst during the winter months. So I put a complaint in when was it? March last year. Perhaps due to me, working at home a little bit more at that time, and it was coming towards the end of the winter months, and the particular, days that it had been quite bad. Windows open more, I do hear the noise from the turbines more, and working from home contributes to that too. So initially, when I put the complaint in to South Ayrshire Council, I was told that to notify them when the noise was particularly bad and someone would come out and hear the noise. because they don't have the specialist equipment and the expertise to do monitoring, which is needed to take a complaint further forward. So obviously COVID happened, didn't hear anything since. Re-emailed to ask, you know, what was happening with the complaint, and only a few weeks back, I don't know, 6 weeks back perhaps, I'd need to check emails, that I was sent a SPR monitoring form for wind, which I would be required to note when the wind was bad, weather conditions and so on, and then submit this via the council back to SPR, and they would then look at my findings and cross-reference it with their data to see if I had a valid point, which again, winter months tend to be bad. It's not bad at this time of year all the time, so I might leave that and you know, follow that up again in the winter months, but doesn't really instill me with confidence that an industry can police itself by comparing my figures with what they have. It should be independent monitoring as far as I'm concerned. You're on mute, Mr. Grosvenor.
Sorry, but how would you describe the noise? Because you do make reference to it in your original objection at page 15.
Right, I won't just go back and look at page 15, but how would I describe the noise? Well, to be honest, this house is a very old house. It's got very thick walls. As we're renovating, it's being extremely well insulated. So once I am inside the house, I don't hear audible noise. That's not to say with what people have put forward with infrasound and so on that I'm not getting any effects from that, but I don't suffer from audible noise once I'm inside the house, if my windows are closed, which, you know, they tend to be a lot of the time, to be honest. When I step foot outside that front door, and I do tend to, whenever I have any spare time, spend my time outdoors, if it is a particularly noisy day in terms of wind turbine noise, you're going from a very quiet, insulated, you know, dead sounding house into somewhere which there is unnatural sound, so to speak, and it does make you feel a bit on edge, anxious, irritable, basically just not at peace. You know, you go, I like wind, I like the sound of the wind, but you go out there and you hear the noise of the turbines, and it just makes you feel a little bit uneasy and irritable, I would say, anxious.
Because you say at the top of page 16 a state of anxiety and sometimes dizziness.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, yeah, I can say that I have suffered from dizziness. I mean, yeah, you could say that. Not all the time, but and who's to say it is to do with noise? I know it does make you feel a bit anxious, irritable, and so on when you go outside and you're hearing this noise. But
Can I just take you to you did a map which was part of your 28.286. I think that's again your original objection, isn't it?
okay.
There's a map with three circles on it.
Oh, right, that's a kind of link, isn't it? Is that the turbines? Yeah. So I haven't got that in printed out copy because I know which one it is, though. It's a link. Yeah.
And then that map identifies the number of turbines within 2 kilometers of your property. And then it says on here 6 turbines from Clauchrie. Right. Which are, as we said before, 200 meters to blade tip. But again, the land, just describe the land that's behind you where the Clauchrie turbines are proposed. I mean, Mr. Craven said that he thought it was flat.
It's not flat. It's a big hill. It might be flat on the top when you get to the ridge. I've walked a whole ridge along you know, to bar, but it's not flat, and you can't really walk up there at the moment because it's forest. Well, you can go. I have done that. You have to cut your way through the forestry as best you can, but it's a hill. I mean, it's Pindon Crags is where it's built on.
So is there a proposal to cut down some of the trees? There's a forestry management there, isn't there?
Yeah, the trees directly like north of ours, which you know, in front of where Clauchrie is meant to be built, yeah, due to be felled in the next few years.
So in terms of noise and visual impact combined,
well, it'd be a lot. Yeah, it'd be a lot greater.
Mark Hill, how would you think you would describe the combined developments in situ consented?
Oh, well, I'd like to say first of all that nothing can screen a 200-meter turbine in terms of a pine tree, and I know mitigation was meant to be put in for Mark Hill with some planting of trees, and again some native trees were planted, which are barely a couple of meters. That's if they've taken it all. So the mitigation hasn't really materialized from that one. And how would I combine them both? Well, I mean, yes, I chose to live here with Mark Hill. Fair enough. Maybe you could compare that with for you know, sound levels, audible and low frequency, as a motorway at one side of you. But then what? I'm going to have a double-sized motorway at the other side of me. So in terms of visual and noise, I'll be getting it from most directions apart from the west.
And then of course
east, sorry. Not great on directions.
East.
Apart from the east, I will have noise and visual from wind turbines from all directions apart from the east. Yes.
And what's your view about the distance between Mark Hill and the nearest Clauchrie turbine in terms of separation? Would that make much difference to you? There seems to be a gap between Mark Hill and Clauchrie. Do you think that would make any difference?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I don't know why Scottish Government have got 2-meter guidelines in for wind turbines when they're not adhered to and even listened to at all. But in terms of distance between them, it's the size of the turbines. It's pretty negligible. If you took an aerial picture and when you do your site visit, Mr. Hall, and maybe you go up to, well, you'll see the track and the separation distance is not much. I mean, the turbines are going to be bigger. They say they're going to look like a separate entity, but no, that's not the case. There's not much separation distance there at all.
Yeah, are there any other comments you'd like to make, particularly on the noise? Because I haven't got any more questions. I think the evidence is all there before the inquiry, so I don't intend to go through any more further details in terms of the documentation there. But this is your opportunity just to give your views and your perspective of how you feel this will affect you.
Well, I'd like to say that
in terms of noise specifically.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that no actual noise monitoring has been done at Shallock-Well. I know according to ETSU guidelines and so on that doesn't have to have happened, but I mean, whose favour is that going to be in? If the noise levels were higher at Shallock-Well, then that's not going to look favourably for an application, is it? So I'm not completely happy about that, because I believe noise monitoring should go on at a residential property where there is a wind turbine to make sure they're adhering to the guidelines, to be honest. And also all the words in the application of assumed and predicted noise levels, it's not reality. You don't know that until those are actually put up. So again, it doesn't instill me with much confidence. And the fact that when I put a complaint in, they measure it against their data. Again, it's not independently verified. Yeah, it doesn't instill me with much confidence at all.
So as far as the complaint's concerned, then, in your view, is that complaint still valid, although nothing's been done about it?
It is still valid, but as I've said previously, noise during the summer months is not as bad as in the winter months. monitoring should be taken, you know, should go on yearly. You know, for a year maybe for an application to go ahead, not 3 weeks in the middle of summer. I know rain was bad at that point, but it also should be carried out at every residential property that's going to be affected. It's unfair not to. So I think that's about it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions?
Great. Yes, please. So just a couple. Good morning, Ms. Kendall.
Good morning.
Just a couple of points. When you moved to Shallock Well in 2016, you knew about Mark Hill. It was fairly obvious visually, and it had been there since 2011.
Yes, you can't miss the turbines. Yeah.
And do you accept that the prevailing wind is from the southwest? It may not always blow from the southwest, but that's the prevailing wind.
I haven't studied it, but yes, I'll go on that. Yeah.
So from 2016 onwards, you were living downwind of the prevailing wind and downwind of Mark Hill.
Right.
And just thinking about your recent complaint, I'm sorry, I say recent, March last year. Were you working at home when you made the complaint?
I'd probably been working at home a couple of weeks, on and off, more so.
I thought earlier on you were saying that you were working at home as a result of COVID, and the lockdown, I think, came on the 23rd of March. Were you working at home before that?
I did for a little while, yes, because I do have flexible working in my working pattern, so I am entitled to work from home at some point. So yes, a few days here and there, particularly running up to COVID. And it was the 17th, I think I stopped, well, the 16th I stopped working in air.
Was there any reason why you were choosing to work from home more towards the COVID lockdown date? Or was it something you'd been doing over the past year or two?
I have done it from time to time, not always. It depends on the busyness of my work and whether I'm needed on site or not.
And we don't know the exact date of your complaint. It was notified to the applicant by the council on the 11th of March. So it would seem to follow that it was sometime before the 11th of March that you complained to the council. Does that sound about right?
2nd of March, my original email was in.
Thank you. And your objection to the present application was in February.
Right.
And you were aggrieved that there hadn't been an on-site noise assessment at your property. You understood about ETSU and so on, but you thought there ought to be an assessment of the noise at your house.
Absolutely.
And then you made the complaint on the 2nd of March. Was that the reason for your making the complaint, so that you would have an assessment done?
No, it wasn't the reason for my complaint. I wanted Mark Hill sort of noise to be looked at in more detail. I mean, I had witnessed that noise for some time, but yeah, it was probably a spur to put a complaint in.
Because until the Clauchrie application came along, you hadn't been complaining about the noise at all.
No, that's right. Like I say, it's probably a spur for me to put the complaint in.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Kendall. I've just got a couple of questions.
Okay.
In their assessment, the applicant has used noise measurements or background noise measurements taken at your property, as I understand it, from before the construction of Mark Hill.
Mm-hmm.
They've used those as a proxy, if you like, or
Mm-hmm.
they're assuming that's representative of what the noise would be like at Shallock Well in the absence of Mark Hill.
Yeah.
Are you content with that? Have you any reason to think that those background measurements weren't accurate?
No, I don't think so. No, I've read that, and I know there was a lot of forestry works going on in the area at the time, but they allow, they're not allowed to count that. So no, I'll be happy with that.
And then the reason given by the applicant for not taking background measurements at Shallock Well now is because they've been affected by the noise from Mark Hill. And so that, as you've noted, they're following the procedure that ETSU R97 seems to follow.
Yeah.
Whereas, if I'm understanding your position correctly, what you would like is a proper understanding of how much noise is coming from Mark Hill, in order for them to then make a proper assessment of the total amount of noise that you'll be experiencing if Clauchrie was built.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, yeah. So it's more, your concern isn't about the starting point, the background level. It's really about the things that are added onto that, so the Mark Hill and then the Clauchrie on top.
That's right, the cumulative level. Yeah, and I don't think that the thorough sort of measurements have been done to inform that planning process.
So I think what Mr. Craven said was that his assumptions for the noise coming from Mark Hill was based on the manufacturer's stated levels and so on. And so your position would be that that should be supplemented by some measurements in the field to check the accuracy of those manufacturers' figures.
Absolutely, Mr. Hall. I mean, like you said, there are assumptions. They are not accurate figures in situ. There are no accurate figures in situ for Shallock Well.
Thank you. That's clarified things for me. So I'm hoping to visit your property next week, so I can see the overall impact on some of the visual matters that you mentioned at that time.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
very
Look
much,
forward to
then.
meeting you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kendall.
Bye bye.
Now, Mr. Grosvenor, I think it's still not 12 o'clock yet, so I think we can hear from your next witness, at least hear their evidence in chief before we break for lunch. Do you need another short break to prepare?
Yes, please. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Fine, then we'll just wait a few minutes for you to do that. Hello, Mr. Grosvenor. Are you ready to continue? Are you ready to go ahead? I think you're maybe on mute still, but
Sorry. Yeah, I'm fine.
yes, if you want to go ahead and introduce your next witness, then please, Mr. Grosvenor.
My next witness is Christopher Shaw, who lives at Furter Farmhouse. Are you there, Mr. Shaw?
I am indeed, sir.
And you can hear us all.
I can. Let me know. I have a habit of drifting away from the computer, and then people say they can't hear me. But do please shout if that's the case.
If you could just introduce yourself, Mr. Shaw, and your qualifications, background, and general circumstances at the moment.
Sure. First off, I should possibly announce that my wife is in the room with me, because she wants to listen to what's going on, and we're not observing social distancing rules. But presumably that's not too bad. My name's Christopher Shaw. Honours degree in industrial engineering from the Queen's University in Belfast. I'm also of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in Ireland. I'm not an acoustician, however, industrial is a module of my engineering degree, so I have a little bit of knowledge in that area. I also have a few thousand hours experience as pilot in command of light aircraft, and until recently I held a license which was equivalent to that of a commercial pilot. So I do have a pretty decent understanding of wind shear, which pilots actually refer to as wind gradient. Sort of things which do affect wind turbines. I can say that with confidence because I'm still in the fire.
You're breaking up a bit, Mr. Shaw.
Okay, sorry.
I wonder if it'd be a good idea if
Did you get all of that?
Perhaps if you turned your video off, Mr. Shaw, then we could.
Okay, try that. How's that? Is that any better?
Yes, that's a lot better.
Okay, go ahead.
That's fine. Can I ask you, how long have you lived at Furter, and just the background of your Furter itself, and you know, your view on renewable energy, and just if you could just comment.
Yeah, well, Furter I think is quite an interesting place. I'm informed it's one of a handful of properties where careful attention and design construction has resulted in a substantial property which is virtually energy neutral, what we now call net zero. Now, I designed this property 20 years ago when the only people talking about climate change really were David Attenborough and the Prince of Wales. Since then, it's obviously become quite a buzzword. But I'm still unclear what people imagine the planet is going to look like when it's been saved. And in my opinion, where I'm sitting now is very much what it might look like when it's been saved. I'm a lifelong supporter of innovative technology. I live in a house which the only consumption of energy is in the form of renewable electricity. But I'm afraid I'm still against the Clauchrie wind farm. I don't think it contributes to saving the planet. I think it just represents another way of damaging the planet to earn profits for the Iberdrola group.
Thank you. Can I just take you to your precognition? And I just want to talk in general terms. You say you haven't got any, although you've got some background in noise testing, but can you just give your opinion of the way the noise monitoring was conducted and any concerns you had about that?
I think it's all fairly clearly set out there. I felt that Well, firstly, where the testing equipment was placed was actually where I said I didn't want it, because it was going to be influenced by noise from the burns, the waterfall, and various pampas grasses and, oh, I can't think of the word, bamboo. But nevertheless, Mr. Craven put it there anyway. And the noise testing took place during a period of about 3 weeks, during which we had a lot of heavy rain and a considerable amount of high wind. So it was in the summer, so the grass was being cut and sorts of things. I just felt that overall the noise testing was done for the purpose of achieving an objective rather than objectively achieving an indication of what the noise levels really were.
And could you just comment on wind direction? We've had this conversation with Joy Kendall, and what's your experience generally of the wind direction in your local area, and the atmospherics in broad terms?
The wind comes from all over. When we get really bad weather, the wind generally comes from the east. When we get a nice little gentle southwesterly, we can hear Mark Hill. At other times, the wind will come from the north, the northwest. It's very difficult. Years ago, you'd have said there was a prevailing wind. Now I don't think there is a prevailing wind, and I think a lot of the farmers that I've spoken to feel the same, that actually the idea that the wind comes broadly from the southwest simply isn't true anymore.
And we have got the farm data. I don't want to specifically go to that because we've already covered it to some extent, but do you think the data that's been recorded, certainly the low frequency data, do you think that's representative of the conditions in terms of wind direction, etc. at Verta?
I think it's it's clearly representative of the conditions at that time, but again, that was only done over a period. I think it'd be very interesting to have those sort of tests done over a longer period. And I must admit, I was a little bit horrified to see to listen to the professor this morning saying that if he was to advise, we ought to leave.
What's your view on that? I mean, do you have do you have any feelings about that at the moment? I mean, you say you hear the noise from Mark Hill. Is that a problem at the moment for you?
No, the noise, the audible noise, isn't. It's something you hear in the distance, but you have to remember we can hear the train at Pinwerry some nights, and Pinwerry is 12 miles away. This is a very quiet area, but having said that, and having said that, I designed and we built this house 20 years ago, we only moved in full time about 3 years ago. And when both myself and my wife do have a number of the symptoms that Professor Alves Pereira referred to this morning, which historically I would never have attributed to anything to do with the wind farms because I simply didn't know about it. I couldn't say for definite that it's related to wind farms even now. However, what does bother me more than anything else is the amount of time and effort that the wind industry is devoting to rubbishing any analysis of low frequency noise or noise from wind turbines. And that worries me a great deal because it's such a close parallel to what happened with the tobacco industry in the past. So I am a little bit concerned now that some of these symptoms, none of which are overwhelming. I mean, I suffer from tinnitus, but it doesn't alter my life a great deal. I get headaches quite regularly. It doesn't alter my life a great deal. But I am concerned as to why this has started happening when it never happened before, and I travelled all over the world in the past.
So, due to lockdown, has that affected the time you spend at Furt? Were you travelling before? Can you just take us back a little bit more on that background?
Okay, I left the UK with my wife on the 6th of January 1980. During the 40 years thereafter, we lived and worked in the Channel Islands, Switzerland, France, Ukraine, Caribbean, and all over. We only returned about 3 years ago when I decided to retire. So lockdown of itself actually hasn't affected us a great deal, because the plan was to retire and to be here. I think the only significant effect is that you did spend a lot of time wishing you could go out for lunch simply because you knew that you couldn't.
So at the moment you're both retired. That's
Yes.
correct, isn't it?
Yes.
So would you say that you're spending more time at Burton now than because of lockdown than you ever had before? Is that true to say or not?
It's not because of lockdown. We're spending more time at Furter because we retired, and this was the place we intended to spend the rest of our lives. It was designed and built specifically for that purpose. It has huge areas of workshop space. Jean has a sewing room. It's specifically designed for our retirement and for entertaining the visitors that we've met during the 40 years of business.
Can you comment on the discussion or the review of the noise impact assessment and the evidence put forward by Mr. Craven? I'm talking first about amplitude modulation. What's your view on that?
Can I just take a run at this in the way that I see it? Can I first look at the process, what we're actually doing with these turbines? It doesn't directly answer your question, but if I just answer your question, I don't think I get across what I would like to convey. If you go back to
Mr. Shaw, this is your opportunity. I want to point you to, but obviously, as long as it's within noise guidance.
Well, this is all
parameters.
All absolutely
then
directly
I'm happy
relevant.
with that.
Okay.
Then I'm happy with that.
Okay. If you go back to Albert Einstein, you might remember that energy is neither created nor destroyed. It's simply converted from one form to another. What we're doing here with these wind turbines is we're converting the kinetic energy of the wind, the energy of movement, to electrical energy. In that process, as with any other engineering process, there are losses from friction, aerodynamic inefficiency, and a myriad of other sources, and they manifest themselves in two ways. They manifest themselves as noise, and they manifest themselves as heat. If you consider your family car, which probably produces 150 horsepower, and you think back to the turbines referred to in the Salford report, then you think about a Formula One racing car, which probably produces about 1,000 horsepower, the essential difference being the amount of noise and heat which is generated. And then you think these turbines produce 8,000 horsepower. And as an engineer, it seems to me that you can't do that without a considerable amount of byproduct noise and heat. Now, the size of these turbines, as we mentioned when you were discussing with Mr. Craven, the swept area of these turbines is 1,671 square meters. That's 3 football pitches. It's the size of the flight deck of the Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier. The rotor tip speed is something that they don't publish any information about, but from industry information, you can conservatively estimate the tips of those rotors are traveling at 150 miles an hour. Are we seriously going to suggest that something the size of the deck of an aircraft carrier whizzing around at 150 miles an hour isn't going to make a noise? Because I just don't think that's true. As Joy Kendall said earlier, think motorway adjacent to your property. Are we seriously thinking that something 4 acres in size rotating outside my office window isn't going to be noticeable when I would notice a red kite flying past my window? I think it's stretching a point, to say the least. Now, wind shear. Let me talk about wind shear, because that I actually felt that, quite frankly, the inquiry was almost misled yesterday. Let me give you an image. And you remember the old black and white cowboy movies where they wanted to portray a desolate, deserted village, and the tumbleweed was always rolling along the ground. Do you remember those? What we've got here, just hang on to that image because it's important. What we've got here is from ground to tip of the bottom blade, a distance of 50 meters, which you covered yesterday. 15 of these turbines out of the total of 18 are going to be keyholed into the forest, and the surrounding trees will be up to 40 meters in height. The actual height of the blade above the trees is 10 meters. You then have to look at the terrain and what is going on here. They, as well as this, what Mr. Craven referred to yesterday, they also refer in the wind industry to the roughness class of landscape, where there are many trees and buildings, and that goes from 0 to 4. And an area with a lot of trees and buildings would generally be considered 4. However, for a concrete runway at an airport would be 0.5. Even if you just assume 2 for the purposes of calculation, that would mean that a wind speed of 10 meters per second at the hub height of 125 meters, that's force 4, 22 miles an hour. It's not particularly strong. That wind speed could be as low as 3 meters per second, force 2, 7 miles an hour at the top of the trees. And it could be as high as 11 meters per second, force 6, 25 miles an hour at 200 meters. The other point you need to understand about wind shear or wind gradient is not only does the wind speed change with height, the direction of the wind actually changes. This is something which is known as Coriolis effect. And what it means in practice is that for blades of this length, the angle of attack of the blade can never be exactly correct throughout its entire length, because at the hub, if it's the upwardmost blade, at the hub it's dealing with wind traveling at a certain speed and from a certain direction, and at the tip it's dealing with wind which is traveling much faster and from a slightly different direction. This causes unbalanced forces on the turbine, and that is going to lead to noise and vibration. Now, remember the tumbleweed. The wind above the trees will be turbulent. It's going to be, the bottom layer of that wind is going to be rolling along just like that tumbleweed. Then it comes to the clearing where the turbine is situated. It plunges over the edge of the last tree and expands into a suddenly wonderful open space that it didn't have before. That causes it to slow down even further. That's known as the Venturi effect. So the wind at the upper blade tip will therefore be very much stronger in this kind of analysis, and from a different direction. This is the reason why, from an engineering perspective, and by which I mean the power per square meter of swept area, these turbines are actually less efficient than the smaller ones. They produce more power because they're bigger, but the actual efficiency in terms of output per square meter of swept area is less. Is that a clear explanation of what wind shear really means in practice?
Can you just describe your experience as a pilot, because this may have some bearing as well to your evidence.
Okay. If you're a pilot and it's a windy day and the wind is coming straight down the runway, that's not really much of a problem. If the wind is coming from an angle to the runway, then you need to make a decision as to whether you'll be able to land that aircraft, because there is a limit to how much you can offset the crosswind component. As you fly the approach, looking initially out of the side window of the runway, and as you come lower and lower, gradually, because of the change in speed and direction of the wind, the runway will become more and more in front of you. So it's not until you reach the ground that you can actually decide whether or not you can get enough offset against that crosswind to put the airplane safely on the ground. And that is the effect of wind gradient, as pilots call it, or wind shear, as wind companies call it, upon the day-to-day existence of a pilot. That is something you get every day and something you come to understand. You've got to understand it, because if you don't, you die. So it's very much, it's basic engineering principles, but it's also basic everyday experience for a pilot. There's no mystique about the effect of the wind and the wind gradient on these enormous structures. There are even graphs available on the internet which will give you a reasonable guess at how much the wind will change with height.
Can you just discuss the difference between the Mark Hill turbines and the Clauchrie turbines in terms of percentages differences, including the rotor diameter?
I did that calculation. Let me see. Yeah, the Mark Hill turbines are 67 meters to the blade, to the hub height, and they have a blade length of 43 meters. That gives you a swept area of 5,800 meters, which is actually not that far away from a football pitch, if I remember. The Clauchrie turbines, well, we know this, we're sick of hearing it, 125 meters to hub height, a swept area of 17,671 square meters. So what's that? Three times as big.
And do you have a view on amplitude modulation and Mr. Craven's assertion that amplitude modulation can be dealt with on complaints, or a condition about complaints? Would you think that there's going to be more amplitude modulation or less amplitude modulation? Have you got a view on that?
You've got a 75-meter long blade rotating at 150, conservatively at 150 miles an hour. Yes, of course you're going to get amplitude modulation. But what did Mr. Craven say when you asked him yesterday? You said to him, what will be the actual noise levels from Clauchrie at Shallock Well? And he said he didn't know. What will be the amplitude modulation at Shallock Well? He didn't know. What will be the vibration, low frequency noise at Shallock Well? He can't even measure it. The plan, he said, was to build this thing and then see if there are any complaints. Now, with great respect to Miss Spence, she is living proof of how that system works. And there are other people who I cited in my original objection, and Ms. Crossway has referred to, people who've moved out of their houses because of this kind of noise for much smaller turbines. So I just have a view that, quite frankly, this is one giant experiment. I can give you the analogy why I think it's one giant experiment, and I can run right the way through landscape, visual, turbine lighting, private water supplies, and radar. But what we've seen throughout this, public inquiry so far has been the applicant wheeling out experts, all of whom appear to know more than the people on the ground. And then the radar, the aviation experts know more about how Prestwick Airport is supposed to do their job than the Prestwick Airport do. The private water supplies guy is convinced that there'll be no effect on private water supplies, but he admits that actually it doesn't matter a damn to him if he's wrong. So we
Can I just bring you to the appendices, the written submission on residential amenity. I haven't got the core document reference number on that. Perhaps you've got that?
Yeah.
Not still.
Yeah, I think it's SKS 82, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I think it's SKS 82. Susan Crossway documents. No, hold on. I'm looking in the wrong place. Christopher Shaw, Joy Kendall documents. That's it. SKS 8.2. That's a good one.
Yes, I have that.
Okay.
Have you got that, Mr. Shaw?
I have indeed, sir.
Can I take you to there's a series of photos. Can I take you to the first one, not the cover page? I mean, well, you can just explain what the cover page is, can't you, anyway? But that gives an indication of the potential impact on noise on FERTA and the elevation of the turbines above FERTA, because it's apparently relatively flat land. Would you say it's relatively flat land where you live?
I think Ms. Kendall answered that question, didn't she? And that's not a full representation of the turbines. That's just a few to give the idea. I can tell you. I mean, I can give you a comparison above ground level for all of the turbines if you want, but I don't think it's terribly relevant.
Yeah. Can you just take me to we can discuss the first Google map that's on this.
Could I just ask, while we're here and we're looking at the cover page there, where that photograph is taken from?
The previous photograph, sir.
The photograph on the cover page of Appendix A, which is SKS 8.2, and it shows a track leading through the forest and then some wind turbines in the background. Is that? Do I understand from what you said that is a photo montage that you have created that includes some wind turbines, but not all of them? And is this taken from outside the FERTA property, or?
This is a photo montage that was professionally created.
By Mark Steele.
Sorry?
By Mark Steele.
No. By a landscape architect who lives in Arran, whose name was Wilkinson, I believe. This was before I even came across Mark Steele. I will show you that exact position when you come to visit next week, because it's on the public footpath between Pinwerry and Kirrireach, and it's on the road that you will take between FERTA Farmhouse and White Clauchrie.
Okay, fine. We'll come back to it then. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's fine, sir. But you can actually just about make out Berta farmhouse in the montage, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Short. Just about see it in amongst the trees. The white. My copy's quite small. I've just printed it out on A4. So if you're looking at it electronically, it's probably much clearer. But what I just want to go through is the satellite view on the next page.
Yep.
Can you just run through that? We've got photograph 3 and we've got the view there. Can you just try and describe where the monitoring equipment was on that photo? I know it's not marked, but you can just give an indication of where the monitoring equipment was placed.
Yeah, sure. If you can see the house, the buildings are roughly a square. If you go to the left of the square, there's a sort of a roof that goes up to a point, and then you can just see there's a slightly lighter area to the north of that, adjacent to the north-south wing. Now the monitoring equipment was just about there, just slightly to the left of that lighter area.
And then can you just describe, it looks like you've got quite a few ponds in this area.
Yes, there are 7 or 8 watercourses which enter our property from the forest. We have a number of ponds, and just to the west of where the monitoring equipment, you can see there's a pond at the north, or the northwest. There's a smaller pond just below it, and then there is actually a burn which runs from that pond down to the larger pond in the south. There's quite a decent little waterfall in that section between the second pond and the larger pond. The noise monitoring equipment was right close to that to that waterfall.
Although the data has been filtered, but the background noise levels at the lower level, what were they showing? We haven't got although the charts, don't know if you can go to the charts.
I'm not sure that I can, Mr. Grosvenor, but from what we should be seeing, a normal quiet day here would be between 20 and 25 dBA. It goes up obviously when the wind is very strong, but 20 dBA is what I record on my toy noise machine, which cost 150 quid. If I go outside on a summer's evening and there's no wind, I'll get 20 dBA.
And what would you say the ambient wind speed is in your area? I mean, obviously you get variations between high winds and relatively low winds, but bearing in mind that the turbine's operational speed is something like about 6 to 7 meters per second, isn't it? They will operate at fairly low speeds.
Yeah, I have trouble translating meters per second into anything, but quite often we have a very slight breeze here, especially in the good weather, and that makes it rather good because it blows the midges away. Quite often, I mean, this last 2 or 3 months, we've had long periods of totally calm weather, with absolutely no wind at all. Now, when we get a wind, but we're slightly sheltered because of the lie of the land. So, obviously you can get extremely strong winds, but as a general rule, we don't. We generally have light breezes.
But would you say is that true on the elevated ground then? Would you say the winds are lighter or stronger on the elevated ground when you got up further up?
Furta actually sits in a bit of a dip between. There are some smaller hills to the south, and then we've got the much bigger hills further north. So we are sheltered in most directions, and of course there's the forest as well. When you go further up, I imagine the wind must be very much stronger, because otherwise they wouldn't be building a wind farm.
So could it be the case then that you could have quiet conditions in your sheltered location, but noisier conditions, wind speed conditions on elevated ground?
Oh, I'm sure it could. I'm sure it could.
So therefore, would you surmise from that that the turbine's audible noise would be more prominent above background if it's not raining or if there's no excessive rain, water flow?
I'm only guessing, but I just don't, I can't see how the noise levels which they are forecasting for these turbines can be anything like what they're forecasting them to be. I mean, this is not a, it's not a complicated calculation. The attenuation of noise from a source to a receptor is something which is known as the inverse square law. It's actually not a complicated calculation at all, and there are even online tools that will enable you to do it in ideal conditions. Now, we have ideal conditions because Mr. Craven has already told us that that's the case. So you can, you really can assume that it's a fairly straightforward calculation to make. Now, at that point, I have a couple of things I don't understand. And if it's convenient for you, Mr. Grosvenor, I'll raise them. But perhaps you want to finish with this photograph, because there are a couple of other points which I think are quite important.
Yeah, I do. But basically in this, you've got quite a large area here. So what do you spend most of your time doing? I will be touching on this a bit with Mrs. Shaw, but I'd like you to comment on it.
I spend a lot of time looking after the garden, cutting the grass, etc. We both walk the dog every morning. We spend a considerable amount of our time outside, but when I'm not doing that, I'm in the workshops, which are at the north part of the square, and will be directly looking out towards this new power station.
Because that leads me on to if we look at C60, I haven't touched on that, and I don't intend to go into it too much detail, but
sorry, which one?
C60, SC60, sorry, CS60. Get my numerics around the right way.
So this is
C60.
Yeah,
SC60. Yeah, the document or the appendices?
The documents.
Okay.
I'm particularly want to just refer to 2.3, refer to farmhouse and the separation distances, because there's an issue here, isn't there?
Oh, you bet. Yeah. If you go back to the photograph, to the right of the house, you can see the driveway moves away from the house towards the east, and it then turns south or southeast probably, and then you can see there's a bit of an open space on the driveway. There's a little pathway goes off to the south, southwest, and there's a small building there. Now that patch of wider driveway is where the applicant has measured the distance from turbine 12. So that is the point which is 1.19 kilometers away from turbine 12. It's also the point, and you'll see there's some substantial bushes just above that. That's also the point where they took their photo montage to show that we wouldn't see the turbines because there was a bloody great tree in the way. So I think, yes, it is important. The other point you should make, I suppose, is that if you look on that photograph where it says photograph 3, you strike a line horizontally from the forest on the left-hand side to the forest on the right. That is more or less our northern boundary, where we walk quite frequently, virtually on a daily basis, unless it's really raining with the dog. The other point to make from that photograph is that if you look to the northwest corner of the house, you can see there's a bit sticking out. That's Jean's greenhouse, which she spends a lot of time in.
So the actual realistic distance then to the nearest turbine isn't 1.19 kilometers, would you say?
Well, I don't spend much time down by the stable lot, because we don't have any horses. So yeah, the realistic distance is less than that 1.19 kilometers. To the boundary, I think it's 1.05.
So the whole area then, I know we've had a noising and monitoring put in that particular location, but the whole area where you use your residential amenity and where you'd be subject to audible noise when you're outside is then much closer to turbine 12, would you say?
I would say that's the case, yes.
I think that concludes my examination in chief. Is there anything else that you would want to points you'd like to make, Mr. Shaw?
There is. Can I take you to CD 1244?
Yep.
I'm just getting
CD
that.
1, 2, yeah. Oops, sorry, I got the wrong thing.
Is this the noise contours?
It is. Now, I printed this. What I would like to say is that if you look at the Mark Hill, the noise contours around Mark Hill, if you measure horizontally from turbine 15.
Sorry, I think you're moving away from the
Sorry,
microphone there, Mr. Shaw.
Yeah, you're
probably-
breaking up, Mr. Shaw.
I'll probably put my paper on top of it. If you measure from turbine M15 to the very last of the orange 45 dB contour, it doesn't matter precisely how you measure it. I get 14 millimeters. If I then go to any one of the Clauchrie turbines, say C6, and measure straight across the noise contours, I get 7 millimeters. Now these turbines, according to Mr. Craven, make exactly the same amount of noise as the turbines at Mark Hill. So my question is, why is that noise apparently attenuating twice as quickly when it refers to Clauchrie turbines, which are much bigger, than the Mark Hill turbines? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. The other thing that doesn't make a lot of sense to me is that the noise level referred to with regard to both sets of turbines is 100, 105, 106 dBA or whatever it is. The highest level of contour they've got here is 50, and that starts right beside the Clauchrie turbine. Now, why doesn't it start at 100? Because that's the noise that the Clauchrie turbine is actually making. Now, if I've referred earlier to an online tool which allows you to calculate the attenuation of noise over a distance. And if you plug in 105 dBA and the distance from turbine 12 to FERTA as being 1100 meters, which is there, you don't get the sort of levels that are being shown by those noise contours. And yet that tool can't be so far away from the truth, because Mr. Craven tells us that actually what we've got here are pretty much standard conditions, and the noise to be emitted by these turbines will more or less be the same as what it's promulgated by the manufacturer. So there are a whole lot of things I just do not understand about these, about this noise thing altogether. That's really all I have to say. And thank you, Mr. Hall, for your time. But my conclusion, I'm afraid, is that I hesitate to say that the truth is not being told, but it certainly seems to me that there are degrees of misunderstanding being presented to the inquiry, which need clarification.
Can I just come back on one thing? There hasn't been a council case, as I understand it, on overbearing effects. Certainly not from what I've seen on the residential amenity. But what's your view on both visual and noise effects on FERTA, given that we've now established that a separation distance from turbine 12 isn't even 1.19 kilometers, it's less than that. In fact, it's barely 1 kilometer distance, and certainly in your the ground that's closest to turbine 12, which is part of your residential amenity area. What would be your view overall? Do you consider it to be overbearing or not? That may be considered to be a leading question, I suppose, but I'd like your honest opinion anyway.
South Ayrshire Council have a very competent person dealing with private water supplies and things like that. They have a very skillful person of their own. South Ayrshire Council do not have a noise expert. What South Ayrshire Council do when they receive a wind farm application is they ask for an independent review of that application by a company called ACCON, A-C-C-O-N. ACCON's managing director is a chap by the name of Graham Parry, and it says on their website that he is retained by the Centre for Sustainable Energy, which is basically a pro-renewables lobby group, as far as I understand. So I don't think, personally, that the council were actually afforded a truly independent assessment of the noise. I don't think we've ever seen a truly independent assessment of the noise at Shallock Well. The first, apart from the reports which was Crossway associated, I'm left in the position of what I know. And what I know is that something the size of an aircraft carrier whirling around at 150 miles an hour, 1,000 meters from my office window, is going to be overbearing. There's no doubt in my mind, whether it's the noise, whether it's the visual impact, whether it's the fact that it's probably going to affect our private water supply. The problem here is putting it all together. And when you put it all together, in my mind, it gives rise to some very, very big questions.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Shaw. Thank you, Mr. Grosvenor. We're getting on for 1 o'clock, but Mr. Thompson, I don't know how much time you need with Mr. Shaw, or if you think we should break for lunch now.
I would respectfully suggest that we break for lunch now, sir.
Right, let's do that then. So that's about 5 to 1 now. So we'll come back at 5 minutes to 2, please. 1:55.
Thank you.
That's 5-2. Yes, Mr. Campbell, you've got your hand up. Do you want to intervene at this point?
So may I just for 30 seconds, not wishing to take sides either way in the noise discussions. A remark of Mr. Shaw's has caused me to ask for permission to intervene briefly. You should know, sir, that the council provides all of the services that you would expect a local authority to provide. Some of those are provided by the council's officers and some by contractors. In the case of noise investigations, the council has a properly procured and tendered contract with a contractor, renewable every 4 years. And that before that contract was let, proper diligence was done in respect of its intellectual integrity as well as its commercial integrity. I know no details of the contract and I can't give them to the inquiry, even if that was appropriate. But the employment of the contractor in this case was one of a number of routine employments upon which the council, can make at any time it's required. I didn't want there to be any lasting aspersions against their contractors, so I thought you should have that information.
Thank you. I've noted that. Mr. Shaw, do you want to come back on that at all?
Yes, to the extent my wife pointed out to me over lunch that I might have given the impression that I was making some sort of an allegation of impropriety. Now that really was not my intention, and I apologize if that was what I conveyed. What I was simply wishing to get across was that we would wish to see noise observations undertaken by people who had no significant connection with the wind farm industry, if at all possible, rather than what happens at the moment, which is that whoever is involved seems to be bound by the ETSU rules, and therefore you don't get what, in our opinion, would be totally independent view on matters. So I do apologize if I gave the wrong impression when I said that.
Well, I would want to say in reply is that, of course, I understand there was no allegation of impropriety. I just thought I should set that record straight. So I think we're on the same page, and I'm grateful to you, sir, for allowing me to intervene there for a second.
Thank you. As I say, I've noted all that. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Mr. Shaw?
Well, sir, I do have a concern arising from matters before lunch. There were various matters raised by Mr. Shaw, which hadn't been foreshadowed in his recognition, and which hadn't been the subject of cross-examination by Mr. Grosvenor. And in light of his remark near the end of his evidence that he was driven to conclude that perhaps not all of the truth was being told, I'm particularly anxious that certain matters, mostly to do with the document CD 1.2.44, the noise contours map, where Mr. Shaw made certain comments that things didn't seem to be as he would have expected them. Those matters were not put to Mr. Craven yesterday, and I'm anxious that he should be given an opportunity to respond to them. And I'm also reluctant to take up time recalling him as a witness. And I wonder if the simplest way to proceed would be for him simply to be required to make a brief written submission with the answers to the particular questions about the noise contours. That could be done, I think, fairly expeditiously. It wouldn't need to be responded to. It would simply be his effectively uncrossed evidence on the matter. it might help Mr. Shaw to feel that the truth wasn't being withheld from him. No one's being forced to agree with Mr. Craven's view, but at least the inquiry would know what it was. And I would respectfully suggest that that is a course of action, sir.
Yes, I tend to think that we haven't heard that particular point being made before. So I think that further written submission would be the simplest way forward. And could this be done within, say, by the end of next week?
Yes, sir.
I think, Mr. Grosvenor, do you have any comments on that suggestion? Possibly.
I think we might have lost Mr. Grosvenor. He disappeared.
Yes, he's got a symbol up in the top left of his window. Well, I think anyway, I'm content to proceed on that basis then, and then that will still be before the timescale for closing submissions, so people can, all sides can take account of what Mr. Craven may say in closing submissions. But he will be limiting himself then to this specific point about the noise contours on that map and the distances between the contours and the turbines that Mr. Shaw referred to this morning.
So it's simply the contours and the attenuation point, which is related to the contours.
Yeah, well, I certainly would be interested in looking at that. So we'll proceed on that basis then by the end of next week, please.
Thank you, sir. On that basis, the other points concern to me, I'll deal with in closing submission, and I have no questions for Mr. Shaw. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I did have some questions for you, Mr. Shaw, but I think they've all been covered in your evidence in chief. One of them, maybe you could expand on about the extent to which you can hear Mark Hill at the moment. If you just explain to me what sort of a presence Mark Hill is in your life at the moment, please.
Yes, sir. It's merely something that we are aware of. On occasions, when it's fairly quiet and there's a very gentle breeze, we can hear the whoosh, the swish, or whatever they call it, of the Mark Hill turbines in particular parts of the garden. It's not intrusive, it's not objectionable. It is merely a comment that on the basis that Mark Hill is 5 kilometers from here, you can still hear it.
And that's outdoors, but not indoors.
Absolutely, we don't hear so much indoors of audible noise because the house is extremely well insulated.
Okay, thank you. I didn't have anything else for you. Now, Mr. Grosvenor seems not to be with us at the moment. I don't know if anyone can contact Mr. Grosvenor. Ms. Crosthwaite, are you in communication with?
Yes, sir. I've just phoned him and he said his broadband has completely dropped out. He's going to try and see if he can get back in again as soon as he can.
Right. Well, we'll just have to wait then for 5 minutes or so and see if he can come back in then.
Okay, thank you.
So we'll just break for 5 minutes then, please.
Looks like I'm back in.
Yes, Mr. Grosvenor, I can see you and hear you, so so that's good. That's the pitfalls of the virtual
It just
process.
dropped off. I'm sorry. It dropped off for no reason.
Well, we've done well with you this morning, so hopefully it won't happen again. I don't know what you missed of the discussion first thing after lunch.
I missed all of it. I picked up the point that Mr. Campbell made QC about the propriety of ACON, but beyond that, I missed everything. If you continued, have you finished
Well,
question to Shaw?
Yes, Mr. Thompson didn't have any questions for Mr. Shaw, but he raised the issue that was raised by Mr. Shaw at the end of his evidence about the noise contour map and drawing the comparison between the distance between the proposed turbines and the various noise contours as between Clauchrie and Mark Hill. And Mr. Thompson was of the view, and I think I agree, that this was new evidence that we hadn't heard, a point that we hadn't heard made before. So I agreed that Mr. Craven could put a response to that particular point in writing by the end of next week. And then my only question for Mr. Thompson was regarding his noise experience of Mark Hill from where he lives at Furter, and he explained that to me. So I don't know if there's anything further you want to pick up with Mr. Shaw from that, but there wasn't really much more.
No, I think we'll leave it there. I mean, if there is anything, I can hopefully watch the recording and we can add to our closing submissions.
Very well. So do you want to lead your next witness then, please, Mr. Grosvenor?
Yes, that's fine. Mrs. Shaw, can I just ask you to introduce yourself and just tell the inquiry a bit about your background? Although your recognition isn't particularly long, but so if you could just outline that would be useful.
My name is Jean Shaw. I'm married to Christopher Shaw and have been for well over 40 years. We bought in 2001. We thought this was a perfect place. The cottage was so welcoming. It was away from everywhere. The neighbours were Sitka spruce and lodgepole pine, and it just seemed the perfect place for us. We both wanted to return back to the country, having worked in various places. So we spent several years with architects, etc., trying to convince them what we wanted. We had to go through the council and all sorts of things to get a two-story high house, which we managed, and now we've got the place we want. Only to discover that our paradise lost, because in 2008 the forestry and the renewable companies signed an agreement saying that the forestry land could be used to create turbines wherever the renewable companies wanted. So we're now facing 18 turbines meters tall for a kilometre away from our property. And that is the basics. One of my other things which I can't understand is in 2018, I was stranded for 22 hours in snowdrifts, and I was approximately 6.5 miles away from the Salak wind farm. Snow 8 inches deep in my car. The conifers were covered in more or less the equivalent snow. The branches were touching, well, statement of hyperbole, probably weren't touching the ground, but it felt that way. I heard the helicopter helicopter at about 2 o'clock in the morning, which I presumed was SP Energy Network checking on cable. But it turned out when I was rescued many hours later, it was actually the Coast Guard helicopter searching for me. So, but saying that, all what I could hear when I got out of the car was the swish, swish of the turbines. And as I say, that was 6.5 miles away. So what is it going to be like just over half a mile away from my property? I don't really think
I
about
believe
it.
I believe there was an explanation of that provided in the noise session, and I believe Mr. Thompson questioned Mr. Craven on that. But let's move closer to home. Can I just refer you to the same bigger satellite photo that is in the Mark Still appendices, the visual appendices that we looked at this morning?
All right, Chris is going to get it for me, sorry.
What was the reference?
What was the reference, Melvin? Sorry.
It's the appendices that was done by Mark Hill that we looked at, Mark Steele that we looked at this morning, and particularly the satellite photo of Furta, the aerial view. You got that there?
I think this is SKS 8.2.
Yes, we've got it. Go ahead.
Can you see the that aerial photo?
Yes.
I know I touched on this with Mr. Shaw, but can you just outline to the inquiry your activity? Obviously you're retired, but how do you use most of your time or some of your time?
Right. If you look at the main house, there is a courtyard in the middle.
You're breaking up. I can't. We're losing you a bit.
Sorry, moving. Right. In the main house photograph, in the middle, there is a courtyard. It has several borders in it, which one has to move. The greenhouse is to the northwest corner, and I spent quite a lot of time in there this year. Due to lockdown, one wasn't able to go and get plants and what, so I grew most of my vegetables from seed, which have, so I've had to use the greenhouse and the cold frame. If you go to the southeast, just before the large pond, where photograph 4 is pointing, to the left of that, to the right of that, is an area which is referred to as the allotment, which has a soft fruit cage in and 5 raised beds for growing vegetables. That is what most of my day is spent with at the moment, is planting out my vegetables, and then I'll start watering. And come September, October, I'll have lots of vegetables.
But the greenhouse is in that area as well, isn't it? That's photograph 3.
The greenhouse is on the end of the workshops, pointing northwest.
Okay. And that's the closest area to turbine 12, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
And the greenhouse is single glazed, like most greenhouses are.
So if there's additional noise, then presumably that you would hear it there particularly.
I would hear it there constantly, because on the roof of the greenhouse there are roof lights which automatically open. So there is no way I would be able to stop the noise from coming in.
Yeah. How have you how is your life affected, if at all, by the Mark Hill turbines?
Because of a current illness, I don't really know. I know when the northwest wind blows, you can hear the noise from Mark Hill coming along the ride with the electricity poles that funnels it into the garden, and then you can hear it in various places throughout the garden.
Would you say that there's a bit of a valley effect between you and Mark Hill with the higher ground to the north of you?
There probably is. We seem to receive the noise coming up towards us, and we are higher than the other properties around.
Does that affect you at all?
Well, as I say, it's a difficult one to say, because unless there's a northwest wind blowing and we're out in the garden, you don't notice it, because once you come indoors, you don't hear anything. But it is noticeable if there's a northwesterly wind blowing, you can hear them. But it's one of those, it's not a rural noise, it's not a countryside noise, it's a metallic noise that doesn't fade into the trees and what have you. It is there. So yes, you do notice it, and it doesn't disappear.
But when the wind's not blowing, what's the conditions like then?
Conditions are fantastic. You don't hear anything. I mean, some days, even when you have a flock of chaffinches and what have you, they're so tweeting, quite noisy, even with the birds tweeting, because there is no noise. This place is ideal. There is just no noise around here.
So that if the Clauchrie turbine is consented, then what would be your view on your ambient background noise? Would you expect those
It would be
to increase?
it would be horrendous, and one would probably not be able to continue living here, because we didn't buy here for the noise. Well, for industrial noise, we bought here for the country and the peace and the quiet, and to get away from the outside world, as you might say. This is retirement. This is you just want to be peaceful and quiet and relax for the last few years.
And I understand that your property is self-sufficient from mains.
Yes. The only thing we have on mains is a telephone and electricity. Everything else we're self-sufficient on.
Do you have anything you want to add? Because I finished my questions, my points.
Just that to me, this is the perfect place to live. It's everything husband wanted. I can spend hours out in the garden working, and it is just so perfect. Christopher has his workshops where he's always been interested in woodworking and metalworking. He has reconstructed several vintage marine engines for canal boats, which is superb. How many women these days know where their husbands are after they retire? They're usually on the golf course or somewhere. Chris is in the workshop working, creating something, which to me is absolutely marvelous. I'm usually in the garden creating, but from the other end. And my other hobby is sewing, and my sewing table faces north so that I don't have the sun glaring in my eyes. But when Clauchrie goes ahead, I will have turbines at eye level with the constant movement, So will I be looking at the needle moving up and down, or will I be looking at the turbine blades round and round? I shall tell you when I've stitched up my fingers to the material and I've accidentally put it in the wrong place. But unless you've actually been to Furta and felt the peaceful, relaxing quietness of the place, it's difficult to explain. We have friends who, apart from this lockdown period, actually come just to relax from their job because it is so quiet and so peaceful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shaw. I'll get the opportunity to experience the rural ambience next week when I visit. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Mr. Shaw?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
I don't have any particular questions for you either, Mr. Shaw, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Hopefully it's a nice day when you come to visit us.
Yes, I hope so too. Mr. Grosvenor, are you ready for your next witness, or do you need a moment?
Is that all
right? You're on mute.
Sorry. Yes. Can you just give me 5 minutes, please? Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Grosvenor, are you ready to continue?
Yep. Yep.
Would you like to go ahead then, please?
Yeah. Fine. Can I? Miss Spence, can you hear us quite clearly?
Yes, I can.
You can. Have you got your paperwork available?
I've got my
Recognition. I want to work mainly off your
recognition.
recognition.
Yes. I have to say that I've got Dr. Angela Armstrong with me. She phoned me earlier during this morning's proceedings, and her broadband was down. So she is now in my office, suitably spaced out, and she will take my place when I've finished.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to introduce yourself to the inquiry? You've got some information there on section 1 of your recognition.
About my background, you mean?
Yes, please, Chair.
I'm a professional musician. I've played professionally. I've conducted an orchestra down south that I founded. I'm also a music publisher, and now I'm also doing a lot more playing because I choose to do it. And I find that I'm considerably constricted in what I can achieve, both practically from a point of view of practicing playing as a musician, and also I'm restricted in the ability to actually teach pupils here because of the problems with noise, and particularly with the low frequency and vibration, whatever you care.
Can I just pause you there a second? I just want to spend a little bit more time about your background. How long have you been at Dock Royal?
This will be 34 years in August.
And where were you before Dock Royal?
We were in Staffordshire.
And why did you move to Dock Royal?
Well, one of the reasons was that we needed more space. And another reason was that we thought, oh, we can really do this anywhere. And we wanted a country place that was peaceful, where we could have rehearsals for groups that I play with or played with them. And we just wanted to live in a quiet, peaceful place in the country. And it suited the publishing business very well because we had plenty of space, and obviously I'm a very keen gardener as well, so that it was ideal to have a really good space for a garden which I could develop, which is my main hobby. You know,
that's fine. Can I take you straight to SC52?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't got all these because my computer won't cope with all this because of all the extra work I'm doing. But if you can tell me what it is,
It's the background noise charts for the Autocanic planning application.
Yes, okay.
Which is SC52.
Yeah, I'm sort of familiar with it, so I'll know what you're talking about.
And the point about this is that this was background noise monitoring done at the time of the application of the Autocanic.
That's right. There was no monitoring done by SPR before Aeroclay or Mark Hill, or indeed the Kilgalliac wind farm. The only monitoring that was done before an application was for the Autocanic one.
And then if we look at figure 7.1.14, I don't know whether you've got that, but have you got that?
No, but if you just ask the question, I'll know what you're talking about.
Well, it's quite important to look at the data on here, especially given the conversation that we had this morning or before lunch on wind direction.
Oh, right, okay.
For the Clauchrie wind direction, and I think I could refer you to your the Palm report as well. But what these wind plots show is that there's a good spread of wind from the north, northwest, and the north.
Yes.
Sorry,
Um,
what's which figure is this?
This is figure A7 1.13.
Oh, 13, sorry.
Yeah, I was looking.
Okay.
I was looking at the page number. I think 13. So that's Doppler quiet daytime wind speed versus wind direction.
Yes, I've got that now. Thank you.
And you can see that, yes, at 180 degrees, there's quite a wide spread there, which is basically west-southwest or southwest, south-southwest at 100, but well, between 120 and 220 degrees, which would be considered to be the predominant wind, which is the evidence that Mr. Craven put forward for the Clauchrie application. This is a time period, but this is quite relevant, particularly when we're looking at the noise impact from Mark Hill and also potentially from Clauchrie. So there is also quite a big spread of noise, wind at 7 meters per second all the way down to 1 meters per second at 300 to
Mr.
360.
Crowton, you have a question from Ms. Spence?
Well, if Mrs. Spence hasn't got the charts in front of you, which
well, I'm perfectly capable of talking about wind direction and the general wind, because it recently, as I think you were talking to Chris Shaw, I think that there's been a change in the predominance of the winds. The southwest direction has not been so much of a prevailing wind as it has been in the past. I think there's just been different wind conditions, but we've noticeably had a north wind, which has not been so frequent before. And I think the P one of them that you've got had a prevailing north wind, which was conclusively saying that basically that particular noise was coming from Mark Hill. I forget which was it, the March one that you did. That was measured, and the reason that I took particular notice of that was that when the monitoring was done here, both outside and inside, they refused to analyse the results with regard to Mark Hill. They insisted, for some reason, in addition to this, on analysing the results from each of the wind farms separately, as though I never heard or felt the effects of any of them at the same time, which I thought was ridiculous. But they refused to acknowledge for some time that Mark Hill might actually be a cause of the problems I'm having with the noise and particularly the low frequency. So that when the P-harm showing that the wind was prevailing from the north during the period of the monitoring, obviously it showed how wrong they were. And also they were particularly during the monitoring and when they came to analyse it, they were saying that they disregarded any of the periods when certain turbines, which they never specified, were operating. So it was a very strange thing that they thought they could differentiate between turbines on two of the other wind farms, but they couldn't identify a whole wind farm of turbines because they thought it was coming from the wrong direction. So, I mean, to me, it discredited any of the monitoring that was done here. It just made a nonsense of it.
And then a paragraph.
Can I just ask a quick question there, just to clarify, otherwise I'll forget it. When you're talking about these people who were expecting to analyse the data in this way, you're not talking necessarily about the team behind the Clauchrie wind farm? Is this in connection with another wind farm?
Well, this at the time was in connection with the wind farms that are already built and are causing me problems. So this is the monitoring, but it was SPR turbines, as all the wind farms immediately close to me are. And it was Hawley, Mark Jiggins was the man who was doing the monitoring on behalf of SPR. And then it was between them and SPR, and the ACON man who was operating for the council, South Ayrshire Council, he was representing them and so-called monitoring it. I've lost my thread. That were sort of agreeing that, oh yes, well, if that turbine's not working, we don't bother with that section of. And so there was me keeping a diary every day for yonks, and thinking, well, it's really bad today. And then the periods when it was really bad, they said, oh, well, that turbine wasn't working, so we didn't bother analysing that. And in the end, you lose all belief that they're actually trying to do anything to decide what the problem is. And if you think,
but the point here, Mrs. Spence, is that or Miss Spence,
sure, Mrs.
You've got complaints ongoing regarding the turbines to the south and south of you, Kilgalliack, Aracleoch. There's an issue coming forward now that it appears from the data that's come through, certainly from the Palm reports, that there is a problem arising from Mark Hill. Is that true?
Absolutely.
What's your view on no, not specifically talking about Aracleoch or Kilgalliack. Obviously, that's not specifically the case for this inquiry. It's to do with Clauchrie, as we know.
Absolutely.
But of course, if we're looking at cumulative noise, and given that it's considered that it's considered that Aracleoch and Kilgalliack is too far away from Clauchrie to make any difference. What's your view on that? The view through the inquiry was that Clauchrie is too far away. It's not going to make any difference to you. I mean, that's one of the first questions that was asked in respect to the maps as the location of Dock Royal. Can you give us your view on that?
Well, given the BHOM results from the SAM monitoring, it very clearly shows that when the wind is in that northerly direction, that there is a considerable amount of problem arising from Mark Hill. Now, if you, when you, Mr. Paul comes on his visit next Wednesday, he will see that basically there is clear air between my property and Mark Hill. Now, Mark Hill is at slightly lower height above sea level from what the proposed Clauchrie wind farm will be, and then the Clauchrie will stand behind Mark Hill as I look over, but it will be visible. And if it's visible and in a straight line with me, there is no interruption between me in my house or in my office or in my garden that will stop it. It will come bang straight away. There's absolutely nothing in between whatsoever but fresh air. So given that I'm so badly affected when the wind is in that direction by Mark Hill, I would assume that with the bigger turbines in combination with the Mark Hill turbines, even though they're a bit further away, they form part of the same block. I would imagine that that's going to be absolutely diabolical. And frankly, I find it difficult to stay here as it is. The only reason I'm here is because I don't have a spare $500,000 or so to buy another property like this somewhere else. Otherwise, I'd be gone.
And in relation to the wind turbines to the south, would you say you're on higher ground or lower ground to those?
Well, the ground undulates and the turbines are at different height levels, but I would say that the height of the ground that I'm on is slightly above some of them and below others. There'll be a range.
I don't spend too long going through the documentation here, but it's clear that there's ongoing complaints with the existing turbines to the south and southwest of you, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what the documentation's saying, isn't it?
Yeah.
And where are you now in terms of resolving those complaints?
I'm getting nowhere. Absolutely. What Mariana Alves Pereira was saying this morning provides a perfect explanation as to why my complaints have been just rubbished, dismissed, forget it. Because in the first place, my complaint was that, yes, I've got a lot of audible noise. It's not terrifically loud. I've never claimed that the audible noise is often very, very bad, but the low frequency has caused such terrible problems, and that has always been the main focus of my complaints. And I think that Mariana's explanation of how the ETSU business affects the way they analyze it, and they have got sort of legal permission to analyze it out of existence, which is totally unfair. But the point that I have been making, and I continue to make, is that they are causing me a nuisance with the low frequency effects that I'm suffering from, and that they are apparently legally allowed to not to consider them, because the inside monitoring in my house was supposed to be to analyze the low frequency. Well, from the conversations that I had with Mark Jiggins, this was a farce. This was something to shut me up, and it was there for 12 months. Invasive inside my house, analysing every noise, not the low frequency noise that effects that can be recorded by the SAM, for instance, but they hadn't even got the equipment in my house that was capable of measuring anything below hearing level. So I was told that my radio, that I have to have it on in order to distract me so that I have some chance of getting to sleep at night. Oh yes, they could hear the radio. they could hear the electricity meter, which they put some of the equipment next to. They could hear the electricity buzzing away. All this was not what they were supposed to be recording. What they said that they were supposed to be recording. They were just effectively taking me on a wild goose trip for 12 months inside my private residence. And do you know, I feel so bloody angry about that, as any of you would be.
Can I just move on to any periods of without turbines or with low wind or no wind? Do you notice a difference?
Well, a hell of a difference, yes.
Can you just explain that?
Yes, certainly. There was a period when the Kilgalleoch wind farm was being connected to the grid. And okay, it was very, very inconvenient because they closed our road and we couldn't get anywhere without doing a 100-mile diversion. But there was perfect peace. The whole place was just like it used to be. It was peaceful. I could get on. I could actually go out in the garden and enjoy being in the garden, something which had been so rare for goodness, I don't know how long, years.
So if I
and then again, sorry,
sorry, can I just park that up there for a minute? If I could just go back to the Autocanic noise plots, the sound plots, which we've got A7 1.14, sir, the quiet daytime plots, and then we've got the quiet nighttime plots. And during this period of monitoring, during the Autocanic background noise survey, correct me if I'm wrong, but were any of the turbines turning during that period of monitoring?
Not well. They were probably turning occasionally, but it was during the summer, which is quite a period anyway. And I can't remember how long they were there for, but it wasn't that long. And I seem to remember that the weather was quite good in that time. Though I mean, I can't remember whether, you know, there was a windy day or not. But basically, it was during a period of fine weather.
So there is an appreciative difference between when the turbines are not turning and when they are turning.
Absolutely.
Do you when you're in your garden, do you see any turbines particularly?
Only I can see the Mark Hill ones. I can see Hadgett Hill and Trelawg, which are further away. I can just about see some of the Kilgalleoch ones. During the summer, well, out in the garden, I can't see the Clay ones, but from the upstairs windows during the winter, when deciduous trees obviously have lost their leaves, I can see about half a dozen of the Clay ones.
But
so I'm not bothered by so much by the visual effect of them. Everything that I'm objecting to is about the effect that the low frequency of these turbines in combination or just whatever, I don't know how many have to be working for it to be really bad. But the fact that they are turning, and sometimes, well, quite frequently, it's not just one of the wind farms. They can all be going like the clappers. So that the low frequency effect and the noise. I mean, we do get the sort of motorway type noise. Well, the only road that's in it, I mean, there's a mile distance from the house, and that's a C road, single track. I mean, there literally are no busy roads, so I mean, if you can hear a motorway here, it's not a motorway, it's turbines.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add, Mr. Spence?
Yes, I would say last summer, during the first of the big lockdowns, it was perfect here. It was just like it used to be when we came. And I felt a bit guilty because everybody else was having so many problems with the pandemic and so on. And I was thinking, this is blooming marvellous. I'm living in my house and I can do what I want. I can go in the garden. I can play my flute whenever I want, instead of just when the turbines aren't going. It was perfect. Just a few weeks, it was back to normal. I felt, I had forgotten what it was like to be normal. Sorry.
Yeah. And
just to live a normal life for a few weeks, it was so precious. God.
I can give you a few minutes suspense if you want.
It's all right, I'll be okay. And if this Clauchrie thing happens, and the Clay one, and the others that have been approved, I think I'd lose my sanity if I had to stay here. It's just so dreadful. And I mean, it is really bad. And I just cannot cope with it getting that much worse.
Thank you, Mrs. Spence.
Thank you, Mr. Grovehurst. Thank you, Mrs. Spence. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Mrs. Spence?
Only one, sir, if I may. Good afternoon, Mrs. Spence. I only have one question, and it is whether you have a current complaint to the council about audible noise from Mark Hill.
I have an ongoing complaint which I've not bothered to follow up because I know that they are neither equipped nor willing to consider anything outside ETSU, which the ACON man that they are employing insists on using. So it's a waste of time. I have made complaints to SPR. I have tried taking legal action, but I can't afford to sue a company that threatens people who are working for South Ayrshire Council the day before a hearing, which was to decide about Salad, which is some years ago, and a man called Martin Mather, who worked for the applicant at the time and later became an advisor to the Scottish government for a period of about 12 or 13 months on green energy. He was threatening effectively to bankrupt South Ayrshire Council with legal costs should they not go along with their suggestions. And I have submitted the email as part of my evidence, and I can't find the list of what it is, but I only submitted about 9 personal documents, so it should be very easy, and I'm sure that you will have read it. But if you look at the timing of that email and the content of it, it was clearly, although he was writing from his personal email address, it was addressed to them as an employee of SPR. And I don't think that shows the applicant in a very good light. They are prepared to bankrupt South Ayrshire Council, clearly, with legal costs. So what chance do I have of suing them? I haven't got those sort of resources.
I think Mrs. Spence, we're probably getting away from the question that Mr. Thompson
Sorry.
asked. But I have seen your documents that you've submitted, so I am aware of that.
So you know what I'm talking about.
Thank you for answering my question, Mrs. Spence. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. I don't have any questions for you, Mrs. Spence, today, but I will be visiting your property as well next week.
Yes. Okay.
So I shall see you
Look
there.
forward to meeting you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Grosvenor, I think you've got one more witness.
Yeah, I'm happy to go straight to Dr. Armstrong if she's available.
She is. She's had a bit of a fall, so I've got an armchair for her, and we need to swap the chairs over. So if you
Well,
give us a minute or two.
Shall we give you 5 minutes? Just get sorted out then. Is that okay?
It'll take that long, but
Is that fine, sir?
but we'll do it now.
Yes, we'll wait 5 minutes then.
Okay, I need to get my chair out and your chair in. I'm just sitting. Right. Okay, I'm just going to bring the chair past. Okay. No, I'm just going to move your chair in here and I hope it'll go. Okay.
Shouldn't I just use the other two?
Should take the
Get it in. Was it tipping over? I thought.
Dr. Armstrong, are you in position and ready to?
I am sorry about this. I had an accident at the weekend caused by a former colleague who impeded my way out of a revolving door. So I now have a shoulder injury.
Oh dear. Well, I'm glad you can make it to be with us today.
Thank you.
I'll put you back into the hands of Mr. Grosvenor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. As with the others, I just want to. Have you got your precognition? Or I think that the main document is PS 08 that you've submitted.
My precognition, yes.
Yes, it starts Dr. Angela Armstrong on the top. Have you got that available with you?
Yes, I've got my, yeah. With my addendum.
Yes. Can we just can you just explain to the inquiry who you are and your background, your qualifications, etc.?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Angela Armstrong. I'm a retired medical practitioner. I qualified in 1966 and retired in 2002. I have a lot of experience both as a general medical practitioner and also as an occupational health physician. Having worked down in London for most of my career, I worked for various large organisations in occupational medicine, including firms like British Telecom, and latterly, before I returned to Scotland, I worked with London Fire Brigade. I feel that occupational health has given me some experience in order to be able to understand people's situations, their environment, and the effect that it has on them. Although I've been retired now since 2002, I have continued very enthusiastically. I decided that I wasn't going to retire and become a vegetable. So I am still very interested in medicine. I'm involved in our local action group for our local hospital in Dumfries and Galloway, and I've had an interest in the ill effects of wind turbines basically since there was a EDF proposed a large turbine behind our farm in Dumfries and Galloway. So I just decided to look into what could be the possibility of problems or otherwise with wind turbines. So that was in 2012. So I feel I've got, although I'm retired, I'm still au fait with medical issues as they are today.
What's your general view of wind turbines? Do you have a view on them at all, Mrs. Dr. Armstrong?
De novo, you mean as you know, I understand.
Well, are you pro-wind or anti-wind, as to use a terminology?
Because of the effects on our environment and on human beings, I have got to say I'm anti-wind now because I've looked into it.
But before that time, what was your view?
Before that time, I knew there were wind turbines. I'd never really seen a large turbine, so I thought they were really a bit like I used to, when I was down south, go to places like Norfolk and Suffolk and see lovely little windmills. So I thought of them more as picturesque, useful machinery. I didn't realise until I came back to Scotland that there was more to it than that they were destroying our landscapes, now our seascapes. And then I began to realise that there was potential for causing harm to human beings, to birds, to animals.
And as an occupational therapist, sorry, doctor, sorry.
That's the totally different.
It's been a long couple of days. There's a lot of thinking going on behind this bald head. But what would you say is most important when you're observing a patient or assessing a patient?
As with all medicine, you must hopefully see the patient or at least interview them in some way and listen to them. When I was a student many years ago, and we didn't have all the things like scans that they have nowadays, we were taught, take a good history, listen to your patient, listen carefully to the patient, and they will tell you what is wrong. Now, that doesn't mean you believe everything they say. You judge according to your experience, and I immodestly will say that I have got a lot of experience, especially in occupational medicine, where you're sort of stuck between the patient, management, and trade unions, and you need to take a very unprejudiced view of what is happening and what a patient tells you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and when did you first contact or become involved in with Mrs. Spence, and the reasons why?
Well,
Can you just touch on that, please?
my contact with Mrs. Spence, I had become interested in ill effects of wind turbines when I heard of people like Nina Pierpoint in America, Sarah Laurie in Australia, and a doctor in Cornwall called Amanda Harry, who years ago listened, as we were taught, to their patients, realized a lot of patients were coming along with similar symptoms just since turbines were built. They listened and felt that this is something they needed to look into. So I decided I'm certainly not an expert. I would never claim to be an expert. I'm a doctor. But I decided that I would volunteer to be contacted by patients who claimed to have problems in relation to wind turbines, just in the United Kingdom. People that I knew who were campaigning against a particular wind turbine. And what I volunteered to do was to interview these patients, take a history from them, document it, and obtain the necessary reports from their own doctors so that I had them in a safe environment, as any medical records would be, should they be required in the future. Now, it so happens that Mrs. Spence lives 30 miles from me, and I was able then to actually visit her home in order to assess it and meet her, rather than phone calls or such, having interviews through the internet. And I, since then, have met her on several occasions, because my judgment was that she was, and as you saw today, I'm not often moved by patients, but I was moved today watching her crying when she was giving you some evidence. She is a very genuine, she's really tough. She's a very, very tough lady. She's not a neurotic woman. That is my judgment. And I think I'm entitled to make judgment.
Oh dear.
No.
You're back again.
I'm back. Many people have wished me to disappear.
But just going back to Dr. Amanda Harry, I think it's known that she did some work in the early days. I mean,
Yeah.
that's some time ago. But that evidence seemed to be challenged by the wind industry collective. What's your view on that?
I am, again, old enough to remember the tobacco industry when I was a student, and my teachers were telling us about evidence that tobacco smoking was one of the causes of cancer of the lung. And that was, so the tobacco industry fought that tooth and nail. Now, that says to me that a lot of large organizations who make a lot of money from tobacco or wind energy have a lot to lose if it's discovered that there are ill effects from it, from whatever they are producing. So therefore, I'm not surprised that someone like Amanda Harry or Nina Pierpoint or Sarah Laurie have been, some of them have been threatened. Dr. Laurie has, and I know Nina Pierpoint has.
I think we should be careful to avoid making.
Yes.
Yeah.
We haven't got any evidence on this matter.
But can I just leave that there for a minute? But have you got SC63? Can I just refer you to SC63, which is the Dr. Yellen's report that he did for Euroclear extension, which has been submitted into this inquiry, mainly for background information. I know it's not specific to the application itself, but
it's a lot of pages.
it's page 11, and it's section 2.3.
Yeah.
SC63. Have you got that, sir?
I have indeed, with the nice picture of the ear, the inner ear.
I've got that now. Yes.
I don't want to take you through it line by line, but are you familiar with this evidence that Dr. Yelland has put together? And,
yeah.
And what's your view of it medically? Do you think it makes sense, or?
Of course, it makes sense.
Can you just explain why?
If I can explain in simple terms, the ear does not just hear, doesn't hear what you're saying or what I'm saying, or if Mrs. Spence plays the flute. There are lots of other functions within the inner ear which have got nothing to do with hearing. So you've got all these wonderful, wonderful pictures of semicircular canals, very, very delicate, and all the you've got sounds, or you've got waves going in and they're being transmitted along all this wonderful, wonderful passageway here. And then you have a nerve supply coming from that, which goes to our brain and to other parts of our bodies. Now, some of the nerve fibers are part of the sympathetic nervous system, which has a great deal of effect on internal organs and how your environment is perceived by the inside of your body. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So if there are, for instance, Professor Alves Pereira has explained to you about infrasound and vibroacoustic disease, things that are not perceived as sound to the human being can still be perceived in other ways by a human body. I'm maybe not explaining this very well.
No, that's fine. I believe Mr. Hill has got the evidence there. He can look at that for himself. But let's just move on slightly to sleep disturbance. That's come up quite a bit during the inquiry. What's your view on that?
What's my view on sleep disturbance?
Yes. How important is sleep to health and well-being?
Oh, it is of huge importance, Mr. Grosvenor. It's the way our bodies recharge their batteries, if you like. We live on a diurnal pattern, and we need to stop and let all the systems in our body recharge, rest, and be revived again the following day. If we have sleep disturbance, then it has a lot of ill effects, both physically and mentally, on a human being. It's a bit
So,
like letting
pure,
battery die, and then you can't get it started tomorrow morning. To oversimplify it.
So any disturbance then, whether it's acceptable audible noise or inaudible noise, what's your view?
It's not acceptable. Any disturbance of a human being's sleep is not acceptable. And in fact, I'm not the only one. There has been, is it a World Health Organization document about sleep deprivation? It is something that should not happen to human beings, and certainly should not be done to human beings by other human beings.
Have you got anything else to add? I don't think I've got any more questions for you.
No, except, as I've just said a little while ago, please pay attention. I know I'm in Mrs. Spencer's house at the moment because I don't have the broadband's gone in my own home, but I would be saying this anyway, having seen how distressed she is. My judgment is this is genuine. She's certainly not an actress. That's not her nature. And to see her as distressed today as she is distresses me. And quite frankly, it should distress all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Groslet. Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. Mr. Thompson, do you have any questions for Dr. Armstrong?
Yes, please, sir. Good afternoon, Dr. Armstrong.
We meet
nice
again,
to see you
Mr.
again.
Thompson. Yeah.
Indeed. I think we met last time at the Clauchrie extension.
You did indeed, where you perhaps felt that I was old, ancient, and past it, and I'm not.
Not at all. What I'm interested in, though, is the view that the reporter should take of your evidence compared to other evidence that he has heard. And I wanted to start by asking you a question that I asked you last time, and that was whether you personally had ever seen Mrs. Spencer's medical records.
Not her own doctor's medical records. I did not feel that that was necessary because I wrote to her GP explaining what I was doing and that I was going to be writing a report. Now, this is something doctors do and do not ask to see other doctors' medical records because you have a trust in a doctor to tell you about the patient's medical history without demanding, because as a doctor, I think I might view it as a demand from another doctor and perhaps suggesting that I'm not being truthful in my reporting of that patient, which would be very unprofessional.
Well, I don't want to get into the rights and wrongs of filtering through reports with you. I just wanted to establish that you personally haven't seen Mrs. Spencer's medical records.
Because I've had a report from a doctor.
And that remains your position.
It does indeed, Mr. Thompson, yes.
And again, at the risk of upsetting you, which it's not my intention to do, but I just want to make clear that you haven't been in practice as a general medical practitioner or as an occupational physician for some 19 years now.
That's right. However, as I explained to you before, I do have a lot of experience, and I do feel that because I have an interest, I've got an interest in medicine, I've got an interest in what's going on in our hospitals. I haven't forgotten the things that I've learned as a student and as a doctor, and I've got a lot of experience. So no, I haven't practiced medicine. That doesn't mean I've forgotten it or I've not taken an interest in it.
Well, if we think about wind turbine syndrome, which you refer to in your report and in your second addendum, that didn't exist when you practiced medicine, did it?
That's right, it didn't. It didn't.
Only been identified by certain physicians since
Yes.
you last practiced. And I take it you're aware that there are contrary views.
Oh,
from
indeed.
people like Dr. Pierpoint.
Mr. Thompson, if you put 10 doctors in a room, you will get 10 opinions. That's an old joke, but there's a lot of truth in that. And that you just because some doctors, some people do not recognize something does not mean it doesn't exist.
Well, what I wanted to explore with you was the extent to which you'd kept up to date with some of the competing medical views. For example, have you come across a paper called Common Concerns About Wind Power, published by the Centre for Sustainable Energy? It's inquiry document CD 10.6. I don't know if anyone's shown that to you.
Is that, Mr. Grosvenor, I need some help. Is that?
It's CD, I think it is 10.6, is it? As and it's basically it's a report authored by a chap by the name
I'd
of
rather that Mr. Grosvenor didn't describe it to you.
Yeah.
No. I was wondering if it was the Hayes Mackenzie thing, but it's not.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
The first question that I want to ask you, Dr. Armstrong, is whether you've seen this document before.
No.
In that case, would you look at it with me, please?
Yes, indeed.
And see, first of all, on the back of the cover, it describes common concerns about wind power, second edition. And it tells us that the Centre for Sustainable Energy is a national charity committed to ending the misery of cold homes and fighting climate change. And then if you turn on with me to page 3, please. Do you have the document in front of you?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
Right. Well, on page 3, there's an introduction in the first paragraph. Welcome to the second edition of the Centre for Sustainable Energy's Common Concerns About Wind Power. The first edition, 2011, and this is 2017, this one, is our most widely accessed publication, both in print and online. Its popularity reflects the need for a document that helps the interested reader, faced with a massive conflicting information, to weigh up the likely impacts of wind power in their locality. We hope this update continues to provide an independent guide to the issues backed up by hundreds of peer-reviewed papers and dozens of government studies. So that's what this document appears to be offering us. And then I'd like to take you to a passage on page 119. This is a chapter concerned specifically with infrasound, wind turbine syndrome in inverted commas, and other health concerns. So very much the area that you're interested in. And it starts by telling us a little bit about the theory of infrasound. The theory that infrasound from wind turbines might be causing real physiological effects on nearby residents has so far failed to produce any empirical evidence or indeed even a plausible mechanism. The persistence of, in inverted commas again, wind turbine syndrome as a reason for rejecting wind farm developments seems to be more closely linked to the expectation of negative health effects from proposed and existing wind power facilities, an expectation that has been driven by largely unfounded reports from media and campaign groups about potential health impacts. This has entrenched the idea of wind turbines as one more modern malaise that contributes to a variety of non-specific health problems. This has parallels with other modern health worries, such as concerns over the presence of electromagnetic fields, where there is a common pattern of sufferer's symptoms and associated psychological distress being attributable to the nocebo effect rather than any physical stimulus. And I take it those are ideas that you're familiar with, including the term nocebo.
Indeed, indeed I am. However, perhaps would view that as not an unprejudiced organisation who are making these claims.
And why do you say that?
Because they have an interest in renewable energy. They have an interest in wind power, perhaps. I don't know. I'm suggesting that, because clearly what you're suggesting is that people like me are imagining that, along with patients, that there is a problem. These people are doing a similar thing in what you're saying. They are doing a similar thing. If that's the case, I'm not saying that I have an open mind, but I believe people like, for instance, Professor Alves Pereira, who has got a lot of evidence about the ill effects of infrasound. I've got no reason to disbelieve her.
Well, I'm taking you to these passages, Dr. Armstrong, because of the last sentence in your addendum 2, where you're asserting an opinion as an experienced medical doctor about what's wrong with Mrs. Spence. Now, if you weren't doing that, I'd be quite happy to leave you with your views about wind turbine syndrome. But as you're expressing that opinion as an experienced medical practitioner, I'm exploring with you how up to date you've kept yourself on both sides of the argument since you ceased the practice in 2002.
You're talking about my addendum where I've said, further to my report of August 2017, I've been in contact with Mrs. Spence on a regular basis.
I'm talking about your addendum 2 at the bottom of the page.
Sorry. Yeah.
Because I'm inexperienced. That sentence at the very end.
What's the date on that?
The 16th of May this year.
I haven't brought it with me. What have I said? Just remind me. Could you? No, sorry, I haven't actually brought that with me.
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, I'm working on Mrs.
Don't
Spencer.
Appreciate you're labouring under difficulties, and I don't mean in any way to take advantage. But in your last, sentence,
because I'm an experienced medical doctor, I wish to repeat my opinion that the symptoms Mrs. Pat Spence exhibits are consistent with those of wind turbine syndrome. That's quite simple. In my opinion.
Well, well, indeed. That's why I'd like to take you back to a couple more paragraphs in chapter 15 of the report that I'm looking at. Since, and this is going back to page 117, so the third paragraph in the summary. Since the latter half of the 2000s, claims about the potential health impacts of wind turbines have surfaced more frequently due to the continuing coverage that wind turbine syndrome, again in inverted commas, receives, despite consensus in the peer-reviewed literature that there is no evidence that such a thing exists. The repeated propagation of baseless claims obscures the much better understood issues surrounding environmental noise generated by wind turbines that is audible. The continued distraction also hinders treatment with a small number of individuals who genuinely suffer from anxiety, stress, and attendant health problems brought on by the perceived existence of negative environmental agents with no discernible physical cause. And is that a medical view that you are familiar with?
It's a view that some people would appear to have about people, as we're talking about Mrs. Spence at the moment, like Mrs. Spence, are perhaps imagining that they're having problems. And this is something that doctors, including myself, need to always consider when they see patients. And it is my view that somebody like Mrs. Spence is not imagining what is happening.
Well, I know you're laboring under the disadvantage of not having this text in front of you, but the sentence that I read last was that these were individuals who genuinely suffer from anxiety, stress, and so on. So it's not something that's imagined. There are genuine symptoms, and the issue seems to be what's causing them. And the view that was being expressed in this paragraph is that perhaps in the minds of whoever wrote this, mistaken belief that wind turbine syndrome exists may obscure the ability to access the real problem that these people suffer from.
In that case, the doctor, the treating doctor, the investigating doctor is being negligent in taking a decent history. You do not just take at face value that somebody comes in and says, I am, this is oversimplifying it, but I am anxious because X, Y, and Z. You take a proper history and get to know that patient. You must never, especially with psychiatric problems, with anxiety, depression, you do not make a decision immediately. You get to know that patient. You get to know what their environment is, the problems they've got. It's not anxiety. We'll use just the word anxiety at the moment, but anxiety has many causes and everybody is different, and it is for a treating, investigating doctor to really get to know that patient.
Could I take you to one final paragraph in the report, please? This is about Dr. Pierpoint.
Excuse me. Excuse me, may I interrupt to say that I have emailed that document to Pat Spencer's email address, because I think it is only fair that Dr. Armstrong can look at it, Mr. Thompson, whilst you're questioning her on it.
Thank you very much.
Well, should we wait a minute and see if Dr. Armstrong can get that up on her screen?
But by all means, it would make my life much easier.
Yeah. Download if it's free.
What's the time then? That's quite a while ago. That
Well,
it's 15:39.
so 1 minute. It'll take a while. Oh, right. That must be quite long. So
yeah, it is quite a long one. It's taking some time to download. Oh, there we go. That's there now.
that's yeah.
That's a big document, but only small bits of it are directly relevant, and it's chapter 15, beginning at page 117.
Oh, no, it's all right. Hang on a minute. Going to be. Do you want to keep going down the pages?
I'll miss it.
It's quite near the bottom.
Hang on, we haven't got there yet.
It's very near the end.
One seven we're going for, are we?
16.
Oh, is that 117?
We've gone past.
Oh, references. Wait a minute. What page was it?
117.
Oh, well, wait a minute. It's only 70.
Did you say page 117?
Yes, and that's where the two paragraphs that I'd last been looking at were, and I'm now hoping to get on to 119.
Well, we're only at page 67, chapter 8.
Are you talking page numbers?
That.
Are there 100?
Is it definitely the right document? Is it called
Well,
CD 10.6?
There are 136 pages, and it looks like we're at page 69.
So we need to keep going.
Yeah.
Yep, that looks about right.
Moving on.
Yeah. We'll look up the top there.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you okay? Keep going. Slow it down a bit now. It's 107, 108, 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17. Right.
There we go. There we are. Then you can
Right.
you just move it on there. Whoops, and go back again. Just that, touch that, and move your finger on it.
Right, we're now on chapter 15, infrasound, wind turbine syndrome and other health concerns.
Excellent, thank you. And if you could turn over to page 119, I think it's the third page in the chapter.
We appear to be on that at the moment.
Great, and if you look at the second column on that page, there's a paragraph near the top beginning overall.
Pat, this says 119 there, but so we need to go to
the electronic page numbers are slightly different from the.
right.
Oh,
So
right.
117. So we need to
move on a bit.
Yeah.
117.
Oh, right.
It's the third page into chapter 15.
Although the sound pressure level required for auditory perception.
Nope.
I think that is the right. I think that is the
On
right.
the right side, overall the case for wind
Overall the
turbines.
case. There we go. Well
Yes,
spotted.
overall the case. That's it.
Sorry about this, folks.
No. It's not
Right.
a problem. This is discussing Dr. Pierpont and the alleged problem with her work. Overall, the case for wind turbine syndrome, as put forward by Pierpont and propagated by groups opposing wind farms, presents very weak evidence for anything akin to a defensible syndrome. A definable syndrome. Yeah. Following several years of campaigning after a wind farm was proposed next to her town in Malone, New York State, Dr. Pierpont asked for respondents who already believed they were suffering symptoms caused by nearby wind turbines. This self-selection bias makes it difficult to identify a causative agent. Many of the subjects suffered from pre-existing conditions, including mental health disorders, persistent migraines, continuous tinnitus, and motion sensitivity, and several had a history of significant exposure to loud noise in the workplace. Similar reports, which abound in popular online literature but are absent from peer-reviewed publications, exhibit many of the same methodological flaws. And first of all, do you appreciate that that may be a criticism, a valid criticism of Dr. Pierpont's methodology?
Yes, yes.
She went looking for people who were complaining of the condition she was seeking to identify.
Yeah.
Invited people to approach you who think that they're suffering from symptoms caused by wind turbines.
Are you saying that I did that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
I did
suggesting
that
to you that
with
that's
the reason being that I could then keep notes, records on these people if anybody needed those in the future.
I quite understand the reasons why you did it. I just wanted to explore with you whether that was the same thing that Dr. Pierpont seemed to have done.
I guess it was. I guess it was. That doesn't necessarily, and I do understand what you're saying, Mr. Thompson, but that doesn't necessarily exclude patients on an individual basis as people who may well be suffering because of wind turbines.
Well, what it may not do is identify wind turbine syndrome as a defined condition.
The syndrome is not necessarily a condition. A syndrome is a group of symptoms and signs, medical, clinical signs, expressed by a group of people. Therefore, it's only if there is then proof will that become a disease. Does that make sense?
Yes. And I'm most grateful for your assistance this afternoon, Dr. Armstrong. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. Armstrong, if you could explain to me what you think the main, or I suppose the nature of the effects that you're concerned about here is, and whether you consider these are direct effects, that the infrasound is. Can you hear me, Dr. Armstrong?
I can hear you. Yes, I just can't see you, but don't worry. Because we're still,
sorry about that.
don't worry. As long as I can hear you.
Yes, I mean there seem to be some. I mean, I'm not a doctor either, and don't necessarily have your expertise in these matters. But are these direct effects whereby the infrasound is itself causing the symptom, or are these indirect secondary effects whereby the infrasound is causing a primary impact such as loss of sleep or anxiety, and then it is those things that are then going on to cause the sort of secondary effects like dizziness or headaches and so on that we've heard about?
Human beings are complex individuals, as you can imagine. However, as we saw in Dr. Yellen's precognition, we looked at the drawing, the diagram of the inner ear. All the symptoms, for instance, that Mrs. Spence is talking about, is displaying, are explainable by infrasound. It becomes complex in that as time goes on, and we saw today Mrs. Spence's distress, because it becomes that there's a cumulative effect on a human being. Why is this happening to me? My life has changed. I cannot go on like this. So then that compounds the anxiety and depressions, and not that I'm suggesting Mrs. Spence is depressed. I don't think she is. I think she's just sad and anxious about the whole situation. But it's the initial things, because what she described the very first time I spoke to her, a happy-go-lucky lady with a lovely home, with a business which she runs from her home. She's a very keen musician and still is, as far as I can see. She had been widowed some years before, but had clearly come to terms with that, if one ever does. But you know, she was a very well adjusted lady. I feel, because I didn't know her before, when suddenly she started waking up in the night, suddenly had palpitations in the middle of the night for no apparent reason. All these sort of symptoms can be explained fully by the presence of infrasound going through that passageway that we saw in Dr. Yellen's diagram. I hope I'm making myself clear on that.
I think so, yes. Would you consider that it's the sleep disturbance is the most important of all these effects?
Sorry, what kind of disturbance? Sleep disturbance. Sleep disturbance is a very, very important thing, because it does cause other effects on your body. It can have an effect on your cardiovascular system, and we all need a well working heart and blood vessels in order to stay alive. So yes, it can the effects anyway of the infrasound can have an effect on our cardiovascular system, and so can sleep disturbance. It is a very, very, very important causative effect of lots of other illnesses. And certainly if you look at people who do shift working, for instance, they have bad effects physically because of sleep disturbance if they don't properly build up some sleep to compensate for that which they've lost.
Thank you, Dr. Armstrong. That was all I had for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Grosvenor, do you want to come back on anything that you
Yes, I do, very much so. Given the distress that Mrs. Spence was under, I curtailed my examination of her because now I don't know how to play this. I can put this question to Dr. Armstrong, or I can put it back to Mrs. Spence, but I've got an important point that I need to raise to the inquiry. So how do you want to play this? Because I want to refer back to Mrs. Spence's preparation.
Can I just speak to Mrs. Spence for 2 seconds?
Well, I think from my perspective, it's whose
if you've got
that you want me to hear.
If you're asking, is she fit to speak to you, Mr. Grosvenor? Yes, she is. In my
how do you want to play this?
I mean, if Mrs. Spence came back to be asked questions by you, then I think Mr. Thompson would have to have an opportunity to again ask questions of.
Well, it's very simple. It's very simple. I just want to refer to a section in her recognition which I'd intended to go to, but I didn't, because I didn't want to cause her any more distress.
It's my medical opinion that she's perfectly fit, and she may well get cross with me if I say she's not, because I'm sure she is. So I'm going to quickly change places with her.
Mr. Thompson, do you have any difficulty with that?
Well, sir, if it's a passage in her precognition which is taken as read, all Mr. Grosvenor needs to do is to refer you to that paragraph. I'm not sure that we need to stress.
Well, that's fine.
That's
fine. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that.
Not distressed. I'm fine.
I think the point Mr. Thompson's making is if you just want to point me in towards a paragraph in Mrs. Spence's recognition, then you don't need to ask Mrs. Spence a question about
No,
it.
okay, well let's do
Here,
that
and I
so
can
we don't
answer
need
it.
to involve Mrs. Spence at this point. Can I just take you to page 4 of Mrs. Spence's recognition, please?
Page 4, yes?
And she refers to page 15. And in this section, there's a section explaining a bit more background details into the Centre of Sustainable Energy.
So that's at the top of page 4.
It's on page 4 of Mrs. Spence's recognition.
You want to ask me about it? I'm here.
Have you got that?
I think we've decided, Mr. Spence, that Mr. Grosvenor can deal with this matter on his own.
Yeah, I can deal with it. I can deal with it on my own. It's just referring. Just referring to this section.
Right. Okay, I've seen that. So I made a note of that. Thank you.
So it gives a bit more background into the Centre of Sustainable Energy. I'd like to draw that to your attention, if you could bear that in mind, in view of the questions that were given to or put before Dr. Armstrong.
Good. Thank you.
Okay.
So you didn't have any further questions for Dr. Armstrong directly?
No, I just wanted to refer back to that, and it was just a question of procedurally how we dealt with that.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that concludes our business for today. Thank you to everybody for your contributions. I'm pleased we managed to get through so much work today. Unless anyone's got any further procedural points to raise at this stage, I shall sign off. But for those of you who are involved in the conditions session tomorrow, I think we're starting at 9:30 tomorrow to talk about conditions. I shall leave it there and see those of you who are attending that session tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.